Okay, great. We are recording in progress. So welcome everybody. This is Manhattan Community Board 1 full board meeting. It is Tuesday the 21st, calling the meeting to order at 6:07. My name is Tammy Meltzer and I am chair of Manhattan Community Board 1. Welcome everyone. It is a busy evening with a lot of information to be had. We will start with our public session. And the public session, we have quite a few signups. So, and I do know that we have some elected representatives who are going to come. So I would like to ensure that we call people, everyone will get 2 minutes, and we move on from there. First, we're going to recognize Gregory Scheindlin from Battery Park City. I believe he's in the public area. Solution or
yeah, working on it.
I see Greg. You let me co-host so I can manage this. Okay. Greg.
Have you heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Welcome to
All right.
Manhattan Community Board 1. Thank you so much.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to comment tonight on the 2 community board resolutions regarding the governance of Battery Park City, including one of the key components, which is that a passage of a law for the majority of the board of the Battery Park City Authority to be comprised of Battery Park City residents. As you said earlier, my name is Greg Scheindlin. I live with my wife and 2 children in Battery Park City. My business is located in Battery Park City. I'm also a member of the Battery Park City Neighborhood Association. On behalf of the board of the Battery Park City Neighborhood Association, I want to express our unanimous support for these 2 resolutions. Now, the idea that a board will be comprised of a majority of residents is not novel, it's not new, and it's not untested. Many communities have this right, which we currently do not have. For example, our neighbors to the north, Roosevelt Island, like Battery Park City, are located on state-owned land, but unlike Battery Park City, they have the right to have a majority of their residents on their board. By all accounts, Roosevelt Island is a successful and thriving community. There is no logical or sensible reason why Battery Park City residents do not have a majority of seats on their Battery Park City Authority board. With that said, I just want to say that the fact that there's a disconnect between the governance and the community seems apparent in the fact that there are long-standing unresolved affordability issues in Battery Park City. It shouldn't take 15 or 20 years to finish a lease negotiation, and it might also help explain why a very worthwhile monument gets put in perhaps the worst possible place within our community. With that said, I just want to say that these 2 resolutions might help solve that problem, and it's the reason why the Battery Park City Neighborhood Association supports them. Thank you for your time. I wish everybody a good night.
Thank you, Greg, very much. We're going to move next to Corin Cohen. Corin. C-O-R. Corin, I do not see. We'll come back to Corin. I'm going to talk to Brittany Erez.
If you hear your name called, please raise your hand. That helps us find you much faster to unmute you.
So, and since we're going to try and group people by topic to see if we can get them sort of moving along, we'll do Brittany, we'll do Corin, we'll do Kelly, Lucy, and Alan. Okay, so let's look for hands up on the attendees for the people I have called. If I have called you, that is what this is for. Okay.
Who did you want first, Tammy, Brittany?
Yep, Brittany, please.
Okay.
Hi, Brittany. We can hear
Hi,
you,
Brittany.
Brittany. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for having me. I just want to reiterate everything that Greg said. I'm fully in support of this. I think it's something that the neighborhood and the local community across downtown Manhattan want. I know that there's a number of people that wanted to be here tonight. You know, with everything that's going on of people impacted by COVID right now, a lot of people weren't able to come and show their support. But you do have a lot of support within the community for this resolution. And I hope that this can be passed quickly, and then we can move on to more issues, you know, rather than draw this out. So thank you. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for having me. I know Corinne was going to try to be here too. She's having, she has little kids at home. So I'm not sure if she's going to join later or not. But I know that she is in full support as well.
I have several people who have joined, so thank you very much so far.
Great.
Moving along until we find Corin, I see Kelly. Let's get to Kelly. And again, if you're a call-in user, please try and raise your hand because it's not necessarily associated with your name.
Can we put of interest? Kelly who?
Kelly Reynolds.
Thank you.
Welcome. Kelly McGowan. I see Kelly McGowan, whose hand is up and ready to go. So let's do Kelly McGowan. Kelly, you are unmuted. Welcome.
Great for doing this, and and especially this time of year, especially with what's going on, this is hard to get people to focus on. But everyone that I've reached out to today was in full support and wanted to get very active. So you should just put that in the back of your mind. Like I reached out to a bunch of people today who may or may not join because of the timing, but I've seen them as active and interested in this topic as nearly as the Cuomo Memorial, right? So that's a great sign, I think. Because the word is getting out and people realize how important this is. And thank you to Greg and Brittany for motivating the troops today. So, what I wanted to say is really 2 points. One is, I think this is a critical measure as Battery Park City transitions. And it really has transitioned, but it hasn't administratively transitioned from basically a real estate project, what it's been for 40 years, a real estate development project run by real estate interests, which is fine when you're building something new. And now it has to transition to a quality of life maintenance community organization. If it has any reason to exist, the authority within bounds of New York City, it has to make that transition and make it official, right? Because there's no more major development. So if we stock it with, like we've done in 40 years with big interest developers, it's not a project for them. It's a project for the people who live here. And everyone here, I think this is one of the most critical pieces to make that transition, as well as to get on with the business that we all agree with, keeping the neighborhood the best place to live and raise families, to keep it affordable, right? And to focus on the priorities of that. And in fact, we're heading in the wrong direction on that, which is obviously not this resolution, but if we're going to get the attention of the authority to focus on those issues, this is linchpin for that.
Kelly, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I apologize. You're over. And the person has been very generous in not cutting people off. But I see the timer going. So I'm going to say thank you. And I apologize. And I would like to recognize you have several other people who are here for the same. Are you okay with that, Kelly? I'll take that. Let's move on. We have, speaking on the same topic, we have Lucy Kuhn and we have Ips. Oh gosh, I'm not going to say that right, but I will unmute you. So, let's see if we can find Lucy, Ipsam, and Jan.
Lucy, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, but oh, you're ready to go.
Good. Okay, Lucy.
You jump in. Hi, good evening,
Before
everybody.
Lucy talks, and before you put on, can I just make it for the people who are late like me? Is
Just-
everybody who you're talking now talking about Battery Park City resolutions? Just because I don't know what they're talking about.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Justine. Lucy, go ahead. You're-
Okay, hi, thanks, everybody. I am very interested in this. I agree with everything that everybody has said before me. I am on the board of my building at 200 Rector Place for longer than I probably care to think about, but I've been a resident owner down here for 23 years. I think that Kelly's points are, as everyone's else are spot on, but Kelly's points specifically focus in on the fact in my 23 years as a resident here, I have always felt we have to have public representation on the board. I am in huge favor of these resolutions, and I am very concerned about the affordability and maybe assumptions that are being made in Albany about that is not an essential issue and that we're all living high on the hog. So that's all I'm going to say. I just want to say thank you, everybody, and happy holidays and be safe.
Thank you, Lucy, for coming, and thank you for speaking up. Part of the public engagement is how our electeds know what we're looking for. So that's awesome. Thank you. We're gonna go, we've got, I wish I could say Ibsetam Purchit. And then we have Alan Yao and we have Pat Smith. So if I've called your name, please raise your hand so we can find you to unmute you. I see Pat Smith's hand up first, so I'm going to go with Pat. Pat, you can unmute yourself, Pat. Welcome.
I am the president of the Battery Park City Homeowners Coalition, currently negotiated with the Battery Park City Authority Board to do ground rents for all 18 condo buildings in Battery Park City. And I support the resolution to require a majority of Battery Park City residents on the board. In a representative democracy, the people we elect to serve us are elected from the neighborhoods in which they live. Our council members, our state legislators. This Battery Park City Authority Board probably has more impact on the everyday quality of life in our community than any other elected official. This board is going to decide on flood protection to keep us safe from the rising waters of the Hudson River. This board is going to decide, obviously, on our ground rents, whether we can afford to stay in our community. This board is going to decide on the quality of life around us, our parks and our recreation, our streets. These decisions will affect how we and our children live in Battery Park City. And it should be a board made up of a majority of Battery Park City residents. With that, I add my voice to all those who have spoken before. And I thank you for the time, and in the spirit of the season, say, God bless us, everyone.
Thank you, Pat, very much. I'm still looking for Alan Yao. If we found Alan Yao.
Not seeing that person.
Moving on, not finding Alan or Mr. Kershaw, which is also about BPC governance. I'm going to keep going through the topic. I think that is everyone. There are many people who have signed in, and I should say this, who have signed in after 6, potentially to speak, but we do have We do have many members who have spoken on this, and we have a large number of people who have said they don't want to speak, who have submitted public comment. We will save and post that without, on our website. Okay. All right, perfect. So I'm going to move on to other speakers and other topics that are on our agenda. Taylor Banning. Taylor,
Can you hear me? I've been having audio connections.
we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, I'm Taylor Banning, longtime resident of Battery Park City, childhood survivor 9/11, and I am calling in support of 100% affordable housing at 5 World Trade Center site. I think there's a resolution tonight, and I urge the board to support affordable housing at this site. 100% is needed, with preference to 9/11 survivors, a diverse group of people. And I urge you to check out our website, affordable5worldtrade.com, to learn more about our growing coalition supporting affordable housing at 5 World Trade to, in hopes, help desegregate Lower Manhattan. Thank you all. Happy holidays. Good night.
Thank you, Taylor, very much. I appreciate that. I have Esther Regelson. Esther, I found you. I'm going to request to unmute. There you go. Esther, welcome.
Hi, my name is Esther Regelson. I'm here to ask for your support for the temporary protection for feral cats at the Seaport under Quality of Life Committee. Just a quick overview. A bunch of volunteers are involved in conjunction with neighborhoodcats.org. Last spring, we trapped 8 feral cats. We neutered them, we vetted them, and we released them because they are feral and unadoptable, and we had no place to put them. So we care for them, we feed them every day. However, the cold weather is upon us. Cats, like humans, get hypothermia in cold weather if they get wet and cold in spite of their fur coats. So we're trying to work with the EDC to put some small shelters on their property so that they will be able to stay warm through the winter months, and which time we will remove them once the weather gets warmer and start a process of retrapping and looking to relocate them. So we're asking for your support on the resolution for that. The EDC also requested your support, so we really could use it, and we appreciate that. I also want to point out that we will be starting a GoFundMe to try to rehouse these cats in the spring. It will be very costly, and we thank you for your support. Neighborhoodcats.org. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for coming, Esther, and for speaking. We're going to move next to Edward Kucha, followed by Jan. Let's find Edward Kucha. Edward, I do not see you. You may be a dial-in user. If so, we will come back to you and we will announce how you can do that. I did see Jan somewhere. Oh. Jan, if you signed in, that's a dial. Okay. Well, seeing. Aha, there's Jan. Thank you, Jan, for raising your hand. And you can unmute yourself. Welcome, Jan. Thank you so much.
Understanding that there will be a discussion this evening about the artwork at 125 White Street, the Manhattan Detention Center, and that's what I'm commenting on. I do want the board to know that this issue of the artwork and what to do with it is very late to the discussion. You know, we've had many meetings that this could have all been discussed. I question whether or not there is actually popularity in the community about whether or not to preserve this on tax dollars of our community. I think that we were never asked whether or not we want this to be preserved, stored, and returned to the new jail, should it be built. So I have serious reservations about whether or not the city is moving ahead without actually asking the community members what they want their jail to look like. I thought that's what we spent all of these hundreds of hours at NESA meetings doing. In fact, there's one coming up tomorrow, but I'm telling you that historically this was not part of the discussion. The other thing is that if we have any indication, you know, just like eating in a nice restaurant, if you go in and you find out that the dining room is filthy and dirty and destroyed and people are trampling over things that they shouldn't be, we have to imagine that the inside of the kitchen looks just as bad or worse. And I have to say that this is how the artwork is indicative of the city's representation of us as a community. We have to be very cautious when the city comes to you and says, we're going to spend millions of dollars to carefully remove this artwork, which we don't know whether or not it was even popular to begin with, and whether or not it should be returned to the community. We have to be careful about what they say is popular, because I'm telling you, this was not discussed. Community was not consulted about this. And the other question is, with the 1% set aside for artwork on new construction, are we looking at an $8.3 billion budget, thereby yielding $83 million for 4 boroughs? So I'd like you to ask that question, which would mean that
Jan, you got cut off on the 2-minute reminder. Please note, we are having a public hearing because, as you have mentioned and as you have noted, the city alerted Community Board 1 that they would be going to the Public Design Commission in January. They had not presented and not brought any of this to us. They had 3 opportunities this month to do so and did not. So we rearranged the schedule that works for the community to be able to hear the public presentation today. I would call it woefully inadequate in any stroke of manner because of the shortness of the time and everything else that comes with it, but it's the best that the community board can do to attempt to get any kind of public engagement. So with that, I think Jan's timing is perfect. We're going to close the public session. I will tell you that there are more people from Battery Park City signing on, and I do apologize. We you have to sign up before we start the meeting in order to be speaking during the public session. We are going to close the public session. That is members of the public.
They signed up before the meeting. Did mine not go through?
You signed in after 6. So
really,
sorry.
It went through after 6. Okay.
Edward Kucha is back. Is on. He was having trouble. Just in case, if you want to call him again.
I do see Edward. He will be the last speaker because we did call his name. So Edward, I am requesting to unmute you. You can unmute yourself and you will close the public session. And keep in mind, we will be doing a public hearing about the PDC application for preserving the art right after this. Edward?
Yes, hi. Hello?
I can hear you loudly.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not very good with the technology. Apologies. I'll keep it short and quick. My address for my office is at 121 Walker Street. My back wall and the proposed jail share a common wall. I am very concerned because even though this process has been going on for quite a long time, never once has anyone from the city or any agency associated with the demolition or the construction sought me out to ask me my opinion or my concerns regarding demolition, construction, artwork, or anything else. I have been told over and over again that someone from the city, from some organization would speak to me. No one has ever done so. Let me repeat, my address, 121 Walker Street. I'm an attorney. I'm a human rights attorney. I do asylum work. I represent people who have been persecuted in their home countries. Why am I being persecuted in mine? I want to reach out to the folks who are involved in this organization here today regarding artwork and in the future regarding demolition and construction. Why has no one spoken to me? Why has no one spoken to my neighbors? Why has no one spoken to the folks in my community about this? I also live on the corner of Mulberry and Canal, about a block away from the proposed jail. I am affected. Why is no one speaking to me? Come on, folks. You can do better than this. So, having said that, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Justine, my wonderful sister, for.
There you go. And I think he's good.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
good. Thank you.
So with that note, we close the public comment period of Community Board One's monthly meeting. We open a public session. Please note we will have our elected representatives speak after the public hearing during the business session, which we will include our update and farewell from Cora. At that point, we're going to torture you and make you stay longer. Okay, so with that, we'd like to open the public hearing. It's a presentation from Kendall Henry, Assistant Commissioner of Public Art for New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. Please note this is a public hearing scheduled for 40 minutes. So we will attempt to get as many people in as possible who can speak. Everyone at a public hearing should be able to speak. If someone has said something before and you just feel you need to tag in and say, I agree with, please just say I agree with. Please do not reiterate the entire thing as we try and get the maximum amount of people to speak tonight. Okay, with that, I am going to ask Kendall Henry to unmute yourself and get the slides loaded for her, and off we go.
Him? Thank you, Tammy. There are a couple of other people I'd like to, if you could put on to be able to answer any questions after the presentation. They are Jeff Margolis from DDC, Noberto Acevedo, and Dora Blunt. Okay. And I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see this? Oh, so that's a yes. And I think, Sasha, you're going to start?
Yep. You can go on to the next slide. So thank you all for having us here today. Here is our brief agenda for the presentation. My name is Sasha Ginsberg, and I'm the Executive Director of the Borough-Based Jail System at the Department of Correction. I am going to just do a very brief introduction and program summary about the Borough-Based Jails plan. And then we'll pass it off to the Department of Design and Construction to give an update on schedule, and then Kendall Henry from the Department of Cultural Affairs will provide the main portion of the presentation about the public art plan, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So we can go to the next slide. So, and this may be repeated information for many of you, but just so we are all on the same page about the borough-based jail system, we are planning on building a smaller, safer, and fairer system that will provide housing for a total of 3,300 people, divided up among 4 borough-based jail sites in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. Each site will have 886 beds, which totals just over 3,500 beds system-wide to allow for a bit of operational flexibility in how we house people. To the extent possible, we will try to house people based on their borough of residence, although we might need to, again, maintain some operational flexibility there. The borough-based jail system is really centered on a focus on reentry and support services for people in custody and keeping them close to their communities. So when they re-enter, they have the same family and community connections. And we are also putting in a huge amount of staff support and wellness spaces, including a gym, staff lounge, outdoor spaces, and quiet areas, because it's very important that these facilities are both better for people in custody and for all staff and people who have to enter the buildings. So we can go on to the next slide. And I'm going to hand this over to Jeff Margolis from the Department of Design and Construction for a schedule update. And if Jeff is having tech issues, I can do this. For the sake of time, Jeff, please interrupt me if you get unmuted, but I will do the schedule update. So as you can see here, we are about to see kind of the beginning of site work happening for the demolition of the current Manhattan detention facility. We are expecting the registration of the contract for the demolition team by the end of this week, actually. And that will, they will get a notice to proceed, sometime in the next month or so after the contract is awarded. And the dismantle will proceed, as you can see, through the middle of 2023. And we expect the new facility design and construction to begin sometime in the first quarter of 2023 with the notice to proceed for the team who will design and construct the new borough-based jail. So that's it here.
By the way, I don't see Jeff Margolis at all, so I don't believe he is on.
Oh, got it. Apologies on our end.
Okay. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, Tammy. So I'll continue with the public artworks and what the plan is. Just so you know, to sort of, we all know where it is, between 124th and 125th White Street in Manhattan. This is just an overview of the location, highlighting in pink. And some side photographs. On the upper left is the Center Street, White Street on look. Down on the bottom of that is the view from Center Street looking southeast, and on Baxter and White, and from Baxter looking south. And you could see in this image some inklings of where the projects are. I'll go into in greater detail. And today we're talking about these three artists' work, a number of different pieces with each work, and by Snyder, Richard Haas, and third one is Renee Chambalant. And some of these artworks will be removed, safely removed and stored. Most of them would be in that situation, with one being completely deaccessioned. And just another quick view as to where they are located within the site.
I apologize, Kendall. Please go
Once
back.
you get back in the WebEx, so try going back in again to the link I sent you.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
sorry?
in WebEx now.
Hold on a sec. Let's
Okay,
hold on. All right, Kendall, if you can go back to the previous slide and detail exactly which ones are going to be saved and repurposed. It is extremely difficult in your slide to see the borders that are tailoring and triggering.
Yeah, I'm going to go into greater detail with each one of those. So this is just a quick look-see, that's all. But I'll go into detail with each of them, if that's okay. And just giving you an overview of where all these pieces are located within the site. And this is just a quick indication. Again, I'll go into greater detail with each one of them. Okay, so the artists that we'll be talking about today is Snyder, Richard Haas, and Renee Paul Chambalant. And I know I see Richard is in the room, and at least Kityen's daughter Kim is also present for this conversation. To give you a little overview of how they got there, this is part of the Percent Forward program, which was established in 1982 as a law that says 1% of any city construction project must go to the commissioning of a permanent work of art. And this applies to, again, any city-funded project, from courthouses, parks, cultural institutions, of course, detention centers. This image is our very first Percent Forward project done in 1983, and it's still standing now at East Harlem Art Park by Jorge Luis Rodriguez. So the first piece I'm going to talk about today is Kityen Snyder's Justice, which comprises of three components. One is the 7 columns of the Temple of Wisdom, Solomon's Throne, and the pavement design upright, which again you'll see more of in a minute. The first piece, Solomon's Throne, which was created in 1992, and in Kit's words, the central focus will be the throne of the Old Testament judge, King Solomon. The 6 symbolic steps leading up to the throne will form a pediment along the top of the bridge. The metaphorical throne of justice will link together the 2 detention centers physically and symbolically. This is what it looks like currently, and this is one of the sculptures that will be removed from the site intact. It is in good condition overall and with minimal cleaning and repairs required. The proposed plan for this work will be to photograph and document it in its existing installation, carefully remove and store the sculpture, and the plan is to conserve and and a reinstallation of it at the new facility or at an alternative site. The next piece is the 7 columns of the Temple of Wisdom, this is a 1992 view of the work in Kit's words. These will be a pair of columns leading to the gate or the bridge, appropriate for the Hall of Justice. Another group of columns will be placed in the administrative entrance in all 7 columns representing the 7 pillars of the wisdom of the Temple of Solomon. It suggesting a portico symbolizing civic justice. This is what it looks like today, and the plan is to carefully remove from the site intact. The pieces are in good condition overall, and with minor cleaning and require minor cleaning and repairs. The proposed plan is to photograph and document the existing works again, carefully remove and store the sculptures, and the plan is to conserve and reinstall at the new facilities or again in an alternative site. The third piece, this is a drawing, an original drawing by Kit. So you could see, I got a clear view of what it looked like. On the pedestal walk under the throne will be created a geometric labyrinth in colored pavers disguised within the pattern will be the pictograms of 2 Chinese characters meaning upright and righteousness. This is the current view of the piece from the east side. As you could see, most of it, or quite a bit of it, was painted over with parking indicators, same as the west side, and the condition is such that it's in poor condition overall, and the goal is to photograph and document it and save samples of each of the materials for reference. These are off-the-shelf pavers that could be replicated elsewhere, and the plan again is to recreate it in another material in consultation with the artist and in the new facility again or at another site. The Richard Haas pieces, this is Richard's maquette of the designs as they were proposed, and it's consisting of 7 murals that show the immigration of the Lower East Side of New York City. And I'm not going to go deeper into this, but it sort of spans from the 1890s to the 1980s, really focusing on ties among immigrants from Jewish, Hispanic, Chinese, and the Italian communities. If you were around, you remember that one of these panels was relatively controversial in the 1992s, and the design on the left is that design, which was recreated after community consultation with a new image on the right in 1997, and that's the piece that you see here today. This is the current condition of the murals, and so these murals were painted directly onto the building wall, and so have become quite brittle, and we cannot detach it without breaking it, so they will not be preserved. The proposed plan is to photograph and document them, and again remove them from the city's collection. You could see here some of the damage, including damage from tree abrasions. Next piece I'm going to talk about is the Judgments of Solomon and Pao Kung. And they consist of 2 relief medallions. This is that illustrates Solomon and Pao Kung, and this is the 1989 maquettes of the work, and this is what they look like today. The cement reliefs can be removed from the site intact and are in good condition overall, with some cleaning and restoration that are required. The plan, again, is to photograph and document the existing installation, carefully remove and store the sculptures, and conserve and reinstall them at the new facility or at another site somewhere. And the last work I'm going to talk about is by René Chamblon. These are the maquettes of the arms of the city of New York and a relief sculpture called Enlightenment. You could see how they are in their current condition. The bronze relief panels can be removed from the site intact, and they're in good condition overall, and with some cleaning and restoration required. The seal has a bit of dark paint that has been applied over the bronze. The proposed plan is to, again, photograph and document the existing installation, carefully remove and store them, and conserve and reinstall them at the new facility or somewhere else. And this is the Enlightenment, same situation, same condition. This one has a bit of oxidation in the Bronx, which turned the surface green. And so once like I think someone mentioned, this facility is part of the Percent Forward program and will receive brand new artwork. And this is a whole different meeting that we'll be consulting with the community board when that does happen. But the plan is to, again, with every project that we commissioned, before we begin our commissioning process, we meet the community board to, establish a plan as to what that looks like. In this particular instance, we will be doing temporary artwork as a form of engaging the community and to explore what kinds of permanent artwork would be appropriate for this location before we move on to our first artist selection panel. At the first artist selection panel, we'll be looking at a series of artists that are appropriate for the project. And at the end of that meeting, we'll be selecting artists who we invite to do proposals. At the second panel, we'll be reviewing these proposals and selecting one of these artists or a series of these artists to the work, at which point we'll present those proposals to the community board in an official capacity. So I know this was a very quick presentation, but after we sort of the anticipated artwork schedule, PDC review again is at the end of this year, in January 2022. The removal of the artwork is slated for between January and April. The artwork storage between 2022 and 2027, and the design build project will occur in 2023, 2027, and the artwork is the last thing that will be installed, whatever that it might be, in 2027. So, and this is the end of my presentation, and I will stop sharing, and if you allow me to answer some questions, if there are any.
I'm sure there will be. Before we go to questions, I'd like to recognize that we do have the artists here. I'd like everybody who would like to speak to please raise your hand. I will be calling on people in order. This is a public session, so I'm going to start with the public before I go to the board members this time. If you are in the attendees section, please raise *3 to raise your hand. If you have dialed in by the phone, so we can see you and recognize you. I did see that Mr. Haas was here, and I believe you said the other artist, one of the other artists was here as well. If they would like to speak, I would love to have them raise their hands as well. And while I'm waiting.
I saw Kim earlier, the artist's daughter.
Okay. I see Amy Chen. Amy, you will be first. I have requested that you unmute yourself. Amy, I can hear you.
And can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. I'm Amy Chen. I'm president of Think Chinatown. I've worked in the arts and in Chinatown for over 30 years. I previously served for 10 years on the New York City Cultural Affairs Advisory Commission, and most recently working with Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and other local leaders, we secured $20 million in state funding to support economic and cultural development in the community of Chinatown. And frankly, I'm appalled by the way the city has approached public art in Chinatown and the poor treatment of the art at the Manhattan Detention Center. The city spent enormous public money on this art project in the 80s. I was around then. It is one of only 2% for art projects in the Chinatown neighborhood. And the city's art commission even awarded this a Design Excellence Award in 1988. Then the city and the Department of Corrections proceeded to not only neglect and improperly maintain the art on this site for decades, they actively damaged it. Now, all of a sudden, in order to aggressively push forward an ill-conceived jail plan, the city decides that much of the art cannot be salvaged, that is not valuable enough to preserve, that it cannot be removed from the exterior walls without further damaging it, which is pretty laughable when they have already damaged much of it by their own actions. So now, how is it all of a sudden not excellent design by the city's estimation? On top of this is the fact that the city and the Department of Corrections took over what was supposed to be community public space and turned it into their own personal parking lot without community notice or consent. This lack of accountability and betrayal of the public trust is really outrageous and represents an absolute disregard for the art and the public in public art. Given this poor track record, we cannot trust the city to do right by the community. If they can't get this right, how can they get the bigger things right? And it is sadly clear that the city is using public art as a lipstick on a pig to cover up a destructive project that will irreparably harm the Chinatown neighborhood. An $8.3 billion project will, under the Percent for Art project, equal $83 million for public art across 4 borough-based jail sites. If the treatment of the public art at the Manhattan Detention Center is any indication, the city cannot be trusted to properly commission, maintain, and respect public art and artists or the community. And this entire plan really needs to be stopped and reevaluated. It needs greater oversight and greater community involvement. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy Chen, very much. Next, I see Howard Wei, I believe the last name, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and then Xian Wang. So Howard, you are going to be next. Howard, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Please. Hi, Howard, continue.
Yeah, hi. I want to echo what Amy just said, and a lot of the things that I was going to bring up also. But one of the things I want to mark on this whole BBJ project is that usually the ground floor, the lobby area, that pedestrian mall, a company would showcase that, because that would be how the public views the corporation, the building, whatever. But DDC just has just a lack of commitment to how public spaces in the area looks, and just how that space looks. They made a parking lot out of it, destroyed the artwork, and this is what is, BBJ is showing that they're going to do the same when they build this mega jail next to Chinatown. They're just going to not take care of the public spaces, and that's why I oppose this whole project, along with everything that Amy said.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. We're going to move to the next speaker with their hand up, which was Xian Wang. I'm going to request to unmute you. Be able to open your Xian. Xian does seem, Xian, there you are. Your mic is open.
Me.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for unmuting me. Okay. Thank you so much for having me, and finally having, I appreciate this community board meeting. I second what Amy Chen had presented and stated. This clearly is a ill-conceived jail plan. The community had raised a lot of concerns, and this is again something that the community have found out. And the jail had significantly, the plan itself really projects to destroy a very vibrant community, a community that is just beginning to thrive. And what the city had promised in the past, and how Kenyat's artwork had been taken over by parking spaces, again, doesn't bode much confidence for the community. I think that the community deserves more than just a verbal statement from the city. The community deserves some written assertions at this point that comes with compensation to a community, damages that would be paid to the community for the violations that are probably to be expected. Unfortunately, I just don't even know what else to say. And I think that there needs to be more thoughts and commitment from the city before these artworks can be taken down. For instance, I read what was presented. I believe Richard Haas immigration murals could be preserved. If the jail windows that are there is part of the artwork, then take the whole thing out. Why would you need to take out the window bars and in order to save that artwork? The window bars is part of the artwork. So more consideration really needs to be put on how to preserve this art, and this cannot be washed.
Thank you.
And I think just, yeah, so it's just please do not rush this through. The community deserves time.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands from the public at the moment. I'm going to start with board members and keep an eye on the public session as well. Justine, you are first. Hands up.
I just have a really quick question. On that timeline that was presented, it looks like something called dismantle is starting like now. What is that? That's just that, and that's not the artwork. That is, they're starting the deconstruction of the jail now. Is that a correct statement? I'm sorry to be.
No, it's fine. DDC is supposed to answer that.
Yeah, I think I can answer that because I think we had some conflicts on DDC side. So that was an overall, and apologies, I may not have been clear initially. That was an overall schedule update for the entire Manhattan Borough-based jail that actually was not specific to the artwork removal and storage program. So the dismantle of the current Manhattan facility is slated to begin sometime next spring, and that was what that was reflecting within the first quarter of 2022.
2022. Okay. Wow. And what outreach has been done to the community? And we were just hearing, I know he's my brother, but we don't talk enough because I'm not aware of how serious this was and how quick it was. What has been done to the people who live in the neighborhood with at least the parameters of the deconstruction?
Yeah, so I think Norberto from the Department of Design and Construction, who manages this process, is on, and he can really speak to the details of it. As I think many people within the community board are on it was previously a neighborhood advisory committee. I think it was renamed to be the Manhattan Joint Task Force to discuss the plans regarding the borough-based jails, and the Department of Design and Construction is bringing on a community construction liaison to do direct engagement with the immediate community. And Norberto, if you're on, I think can speak to that in more detail.
Roberto?
There we go. Hello. Yes, Norberto Acevedo. I'm the director of the Office of Community Outreach and Notification for the Department of Design and Construction. We've had actually dozens of meetings over the past couple of years regarding this particular site as part of the borough-based jails program. So I'm not sure how you were not part of that, how you didn't hear of this before. So that's curious to me.
Norberto, I will tell you that you have not made a public presentation to CB1 about the deconstruction or final designs. Nothing has come to the public forum. So I'm not surprised. I don't think anybody here is. That's there is a failure of public engagement and transparency in this project. Even in the NAC, which you're calling it a joint task force, that's a new name I've never heard. I've been on the NAC meetings and you are not able to unmute yourself to speak. That is not public engagement, and that is not allowing even open dialogue between. So, yeah.
Okay, well, the NACs were not something started by the Department of Design and Construction. I think it's, we should fairly state that. This was, and it was called the Joint Task Force. That was a label, I think, that came up between the borough president and the council member at the time because they wanted to do this together. So I don't know why it went from NAC to Joint Task Force, but that's what it's been called for the past couple of years. But in any case, we have done many public meetings, whether they were with the NAC or Joint Task Force, whichever label you prefer. We have worked with Community Board 1 in coming to give information as the information is available. It's a very long and tedious process that we go through, and we can't give information if we don't have it yet. We do have a meeting that is tomorrow, that is the Joint Task Force meeting. We are also ready to come to Community Board 1, specifically in the new year. We could say January and pick a date tonight if you'd like. And we are prepared because we have our design builder on board. We have information now, new information to share, and we can absolutely do that.
I'm going to keep going on questions. I do have quite a few questions because things were not complete even at the last time that you were here. And Norberto, I take umbrage with you calling the NAC public engagement. The meetings are not recorded. There are no minutes. There are no agendas sent out prior to. And so there is absolutely no public accessibility to those. So that is not public engagement. That is private overall. I'm going to go to Kim Snyder, and then I'm going to go to Vicki Cameron, and then Edward Kuchna. Although, Edward, I'm going to ask you to wait until the people who have not spoken yet do get to speak. So first up, Kim Snyder, please.
Hi, my name is Kim Snyder. You can hear me okay?
Beautifully. Thank you, Kim. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi. My mother, Kit Yin Snyder, is actually on this call, but she couldn't get into the WebEx, so she is listening in on my phone. So she is right here. So this is a statement that I've written on behalf of my mother, and I'd like to submit this. First of all, my mother is 87 years old, and she contracted to do this piece in 1987 for what was then the new detention facility. She has been, as have I, greatly saddened by the fact that the public artwork that she created for the White Street site is soon to be dismantled, and that there is a possibility that it will not be incorporated as part of the newly designed building. Okay, for some context, the artwork, Justice, includes Solomon's throne and the 7 columns of the Temple of Wisdom, as well as a pavement design. Together, these comprise a whole environment that was created for that specific site, spatially and thematically. She spent many years designing and building and installing that sculpture. I know because I watched her do it as I was growing up. The theme of justice drew from her understanding of the importance of iconography or symbolism as a component of her artwork. It's situated between detention centers where people inside await and hope for justice. Okay, it's also important to note that the location of this site borders Chinatown. Okay, my mother, Kit Yin, is an immigrant from Canton, China. She came here at the age of 15 and has come to see herself as both Chinese and American. This location provides a bridge between these worlds. A part of the public artwork included the pavement design with the Chinese lettering for the word, it's actually fair. And while the pavement design was overtaken by a parking lot, and I appreciate comments that others have made, it was kind of massacred by that parking lot and kind of butchered by it. So the Chinese lettering, though, remains on the bronze plaque, and that is very much intact. So it's always important to Kit Yin that this artwork speak to both of these worlds. So we want to make clear our hope that justice will be incorporated into the design of proposed new structure. That is not entirely clear to us. There seems to be 2 different kind of takes on that. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to submit this statement on her behalf. And thank you.
Thank you, Kim, very much for coming and being part of the process. This is new for us. I'm sorry that it had to be so rushed for you. That we did ask DDC and the city to push back to allow for full, robust engagement at a regular meeting in January, which would mean that they would have to wait to go to PDC, and we were declined in that request. So I appreciate the time for rushing to come. Thank you. Vicki Cameron, and then Jeff Galloway.
Thank you, Tammy. I would like to state for the record that as an architect in New York City, before the pandemic shut us down, I attended a lecture at the American Institute of Architects where the entire team for this project from the city, and I'm sorry I cannot recall the exact people that came, but the entire team showed up to explain to the architects what this project was about, what the schedule was, and what the scope of work was. So when I hear the previous speakers say that they're providing us information as they get, I would challenge that, because almost 2 years ago at that lecture, it was pretty clear to me as an architect that an enormous amount of preparation had been made, was disclosed to the architects, but not disclosed to the public. And so I will take issue with the speaker prior to this when he says that you're giving information as it's given out. 2 years ago, everything was provided to us, and a lot of issues that we as architects had in question were answered, again, in terms of program and schedule. So it's really unfortunate that you come here and tell us that you don't have this information, because I know you do, and you did 2 years ago. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Vicki. That's galling at best. Jeff Galloway, Vera Sum.
Okay, I'm next. I think I appreciate all the comments that everyone has made, and I think it's appropriate in our resolution that we eventually adopt later tonight that we note some of the distress at scheduling and so forth. But I wanted to at least kind of enumerate a few points that I think on the substance of what they are proposing, as opposed to of the schedule and lack of prior consultation and so forth. I'm speaking for myself, but I think this is consistent with what the speakers so far have said, is that we should advocate for the maximum preservation of the art, including I've forgotten which one, the immigration panels that are embedded into the wall. But I think we should push for, as a general proposition, maximum preservation / restoration, such as in the case of the pavement part of the Justice artwork. So that's number one. I think number 2 point is that we should also stress that the art that is installed in the new site be maintained and not disrespected by, boorish use or barbarian use. You don't take a piece of art and make it a parking lot. And we know Department of Corrections is not alone among this. There's a tendency of a lot of government agencies, once they have control of a piece of property, to use it as they see fit. And I think we want, maximum, respect and preservation of the art. I think perhaps, this may be somewhat controversial, but I think the artists' points of view should be considered as well in terms of the future use and preservation. So they should at least be considered, even though there are other interests besides the artists, but I think the artists have important perspective. So those are the 3 points that I think should be included from the substance.
Thank you, Jeff. I've taken all the notes, and Diana is taking notes too, because you are correct. We are doing a resolution immediately after this. So if you don't mind putting your hand back down. Vera, and then Alice Blank.
Thank you, Tammy. I really have to ask, I think it's Noberto who, I think you said that the communities you've had many NAC meetings, et cetera, and presented many, many things in the past. I'd like to know why this wasn't presented. As everybody said before, you knew that the artwork was going to be an issue, that there would be dismantling. Why was this never raised? I want to know why. And why is there a rush right now? I'd like those 2 questions to be answered.
I think you're speaking to the Percent for Art or DCLA process that is a small part of the program. I don't know if Kendall is still with us. Perhaps Kendall can shed some light on that process.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? I think it was Vera.
The question is, why is the process need to be rushed at the moment? There has been no public presentation prior to today on this aspect of any part of the plan. So why is it forced to be rushed into a full board meeting, a community board one at the end of December, instead of doing a robust community engagement and outreach and being able to present at the Waterfront Parks and Cultural Committee or whatever committee it should have been in January, and then go to PDC in February? Why?
And also why it was not presented at an NAC meeting, which is required according to the BBJ points of agreement, so that you can get adequate community involvement and engagement.
Okay. So I think there's two different things happening here. So we are part of a smaller component. We are a small component of a bigger project, and our schedule is slightly different than the rest of the project schedule. So when we the demolition is happening soon, and there's artwork that is part of that demolition, and so that's where we pulled in to this process. And so this is the beginning. This is the beginning of our process. We have a more engaging kind of process as to what happens to the artwork and what the future of the artwork is. Our process involves having a lot of conversations with the artists first to let them know where we are and what the possibilities are. And so this is how our process flows through this bigger project. So for us, it's just beginning. But again, I understand this project has been going on for a long time, but this is just how we begin our process when it comes to artwork.
But I apologize, Kendall, you didn't answer the question. The question is, there is a requirement for community engagement. The community asked for a delay to push back so there could be a robust engagement and public information. Why was it declined in efforts to rush to PDC in January versus waiting? And why have you not presented at the neighborhood NAC?
Okay, so we're not part of that neighborhood NAC process?
It is required. It doesn't really make a difference. It's required because it's part of the agreements with the community. Whether they've told you that or not, it is part of the requirement. And if Norberto thinks differently, then we need to hear from the city why your part is not part of the points of agreement.
And again, all I could, I think how I could respond to that is that this is the beginning of our process for engagement in terms of what happens to the artwork. There will be a lot more engagement happening with the community from whenever we do a public artwork. And so this is how we begin. Again, we're coming in part of a larger process. And so that's the most I could say about this at the moment.
Back then and not go to PDC on January 18th to allow for more robust engagement.
Okay, so the PDC submission is for the demolition of the entire project. The artwork is a small part of that entire project. The PDC submission is not the demolition of the artwork. See what I'm saying? So we are part of a bigger project for this PDC submission.
Vera, did you get?
We're not driving this.
Tammy, I just think that in a resolution that we do, we should say that this has to be part of an NAC meeting before it can move forward. It's just not acceptable that there's not any community engagement on this aspect, and it is being jammed down the community's throats. And just another quick question. I have another why question, which is I wanted to know why the DOC took over the pavers and destroyed them with all the parking lines, and why placard parking took over a plaza that was supposed to be a give back to the community when the detention center was built back in the late 80s. Why did that happen? Who allowed this?
I think
I can't answer. I apologize. I am new to the department, but in what we hope is to avoid this moving forward, we are in the new facility. We're providing underground parking for DOC staff to avoid the current above street parking and placard abuse that you currently see. So we are hoping to remedy this and planning on it moving forward.
Sasha, with all due respect, we received a presentation and we were told that there is not enough underground parking to accommodate the full staff, even the staff that wanted it, let alone the temporary security, lawyers, and everyone else. We had a presentation and we were already told that the underground parking is insufficient. So, not sure.
I'm not sure where that information came from, but you know, it's 125 parking spaces that don't currently exist. We're hoping that that really does help.
Okay, Alice Blank, you are next. Vera, thank you so much.
Welcome. I have a few questions, I guess, to Sasha. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation there are outdoor spaces that that will be part of the complex. Are these on the ground level?
So the facilities haven't been designed yet. So the spaces that I was referring to specifically were staff support spaces. So spaces that we are programming in, you know, square footage for staff to be able to be outside without leaving the secure perimeter. But there's no design. It's not going to be like, it's not in the public space. It's within, you know, on a terrace or something within the facility.
So there's no design that's yet been created for this facility. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we're doing this project design build. So we are currently in the process of procuring teams who are going to ultimately design and construct the facility themselves. So we've prepared our functional requirements. We've prepared, you know, our design principles, our design guidelines, and some conceptual plans, but the actual design of the facility has not been done yet. We have not begun the procurement process for that.
And you mentioned that the building will be smaller. There's a 12-story and 9-story building on the site currently. How is the 29-story identified as smaller? I'm just confused by that statement.
So I think when we talk about stories, we have to be really careful when we're talking about jails. And I apologize, I do not actually know the height of the current Manhattan detention facility, but I believe it is somewhere around 200 feet. And our maximum allowable height in Manhattan is 295. I was actually referring to the system of jails within New York City. New York City currently operates 11 jails that have a capacity of about 11,000 people. And with the borough-based jail system, we will only have 4 jail facilities that will have a total capacity of 3,300 people.
Uh-huh. And then could you describe why everyone that is involved with this project uses the word dismantling? As an architect, that is not a word that comes to mind. That seems like an odd word. Is it something that you're recycling and reusing this facility and putting it back together in some other way? That's what dismantle means, right? Like a computer. But isn't this a demolition? And why are we constantly referring to it as dismantling? Just curious, is it being recycled?
I am not an architect, so I do not know the answer to that. This is how it's been described to me, so it is what I repeat as well.
Okay, I think we need an answer to that. I think we need clarity on that. This is a demolition, I think, if I'm not mistaken. If it's dismantling, I think the public should know it. If you're reusing this in some way, I think we should know it. So if you could get back to us on that. Sorry, I know this isn't about the art. To the art, you know, who among us isn't a little sickened from the whole, you know, presentation of what once was and how it's been really debased. I really appreciated hearing from Kim Snyder, the daughter of Kit, and would love to hear from Haas, who I think is in the room. But I'm curious. I think the one thing that all these artists' work had in common is they were integrated intimately into the built structures and around them. And the crime here is not just that the art is being removed, but in the case of the Haas murals, potentially destroyed. And I just think, again, that this has been raised so many times, we have not had adequate time to review and consider the need to do this. And we also really need to consider, you know, do we really need to not only remove the art, but the 4th tower of the great art moderne building that LPC themselves have identified, this is the criminal court, worthy of potential landmark status. I think we have to also see all of this as a whole. It's not just to see a Sally Port, removal of art, the demolition of X and Y building, but we really, at this point, the community really, really needs to be able to have seen everything together. I think we've been calling it on that since 2019. And I'm really hopeful that this can now happen a lot more aggressively. So those are my points. I'm not quite sure how they end up in a resolution, but there you have it. Thanks, Tammy.
Sasha, do you have anything to add on that?
I actually only have received some information about the use of the term dismantle that I can share, and I believe we have one of our program management consultants is also on the line and can speak to this more broadly. She is also an architect, and so she has the better language. But that using the word dismantle was chosen specifically because the project team will be recycling as many materials as possible. That is a requirement in the contract, and that the dismantle is a slow process which minimizes noise and dust. And I don't know if anyone has the ability to unmute Nina Gladstone if a longer answer is desired on that.
I definitely want more detail on that. I want to understand how this is not a demolition and how it's a dismantlement. Yeah, I think that would be great. You don't have to do it here.
This is Jeff Margolis. I don't know if you can hear me from DDC.
Yep, we can hear you.
I was just going to say, sorry, I didn't realize I could unmute myself. That is exactly what we want to come back and present. We do have some helpful information, which I hope Ms. Blank will answer some of your questions about the dismantle process. You know, this is a floor by floor process in an enclosed environment. It's not a demolition as you know. I know it's semantics, but if you see, we have a helpful video that will demonstrate how the actual building will come down. Floor by
Okay,
floor.
well, I appreciate that. And I guess I just do want to reiterate what I've said earlier, which is I really think this community board has been on record as this community board 3 for really wanting to review the possibility of keeping the tombs portion of the site and to reconsider that. And that would, of course, solve the problem of having to remove those wonderful art pieces. So it's something that I'm hopeful if we do get in more time on the review of this project that we can see alternatives to a lot of what's been presented as sort of ipso facto.
Okay, thank you, Alice. I'm going to go to Richard Haas because he's here. He is one of the artists that we're discussing tonight. And after Mr. Haas, who can unmute himself, we're going to Gerald Forsberg and then 2 members of the public, and we are going to close the public session so we can move on. Mr. Haas, welcome.
Thank you. I wasn't sure I wanted to speak, I wanted to hear, but I realized, along with Kit Yin, that both of us are very upset and sad about the loss. And we worked very hard on that project back in the day. As you know, it was not without controversy, which could go on for hours discussing, but I won't. But it was also, I think, a tremendous addition to the neighborhood with a lot of thought about the community at that time. And I think that is something that's very important. I understand why Kendall and the other people involved can't really talk to a project that has not yet come to fruition in the future. What I can say, however, is that Kityan's 87 and I'm 85, and it may be done in 2027. So you can do the math in terms of that future. But I don't want to see whatever part of this work of mine that can be saved end up in a parking lot or even on Rikers Island in its own parking lot. I think that would be the saddest ending of all. If there's any way that they can somehow integrate those of us who are still breathing and talking and thinking and quite aware in the future, that would be great. And so I know the politics. I was once an art commissioner. I know it all too well, but I think that's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haas, for joining us and speaking up. It's important that we hear from the artists. It is your work, after all, even though it may be on city land. So thank you so much. Next, after Mr. Haas, I believe, is Gerald.
Yeah, so as I was listening to this evening, I guess, and Mr. Haas just made a point about the artwork being, designed within and for the neighborhood and the community. My question is from Kendall's presentation, it stated that the artwork could possibly be moved to another site. And I guess my question is it appropriate to relocate such artwork to another site? If this board gets further time to review all of that, obviously that would be a question we could discuss, but Tammy, would that be something that we could put into any sort of resolution that any of the artwork should remain within the community, even if it's relocated, but it should remain within this community?
I have no doubt that's something that we can do. We're taking notes now. So yeah, that's something we can ask for.
And what could Sasha or Kendall respond to what that another site could possibly mean? Has that been discussed?
That would be great to hear. Sasha?
I actually think that this would be a thing that Kendall would be more appropriate to answer. We are
Kendall?
not controlling this process in any way.
Yeah, so again, our first hope is that it be integrated into the new facility. And if that is, we have to go through that process first. And our backup is to really think about where else by investigating current locations, community, and elsewhere that the works could survive. And this is the city's work, and this is the legacy of Richard and Kitchen, and we don't want to see these stored in perpetuity in some sort of warehouse somewhere. We want to see it out and open to the public as it was intended. So that's our goal.
Will you commit to coming back and guarantee that the community and the artists will be able to have a vote, a role, input in a public presentation for a public dialogue on this topic?
So we have been talking to the artists throughout this entire process. This is not, this is our process. And our process is always to engage the community with whatever we do. So that is going to happen.
So what is this process in terms of the time frame? Where it was mentioned earlier that the dismantling will start in the spring. As far as the artwork is concerned, what is the process and what is the involvement of the community through the process?
Okay, so we are part of a bigger project, and so the dismantling of the building itself is happening, and the art is attached to that process. So we want to remove the artwork and protect it as the dismantling has happened. And what happens after that is again a process that we have to go through.
So how will the artwork be protected while the building is being dismantled?
The artwork will be removed and stored and restored.
And
the building is being
so
dismantled.
I'm understanding that there really isn't a time frame. I mean, can you give me a month and a day that the artwork is going to be removed? Has a contractor been selected to remove and store this artwork and protect it?
Yeah, so this is Jeff from DDC again. So the design builder that was selected for the dismantle is required to have somebody on board who can assist specifically with this type of work. We don't have, we can't present you with at the time, a date and time at this particular moment, but that is something obviously we need to get back to you on. So that is part of the consideration of the contract to properly remove the artwork that can be removed.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. When could you get back to us on that? I would imagine if there's a design build already selected, there must be some sort of schedule already in place.
Hi, this is Dora Blunt from DDC. I'm the public art manager at DDC. I just wanted to let you know that we do have a time frame, and it's currently January to April for the removal of the artworks.
Could you send us that in detail, because that was missing?
That was actually this last slide in the presentation. It's in the text underneath the timeline that's shown.
So
Anticipated schedule.
I guess perhaps maybe I'm a little confused. Is January to April full demolition or just removal of the art?
We're talking about the removal of the artwork would happen sometime in that time frame.
And is that also the full demolition timeframe?
No, the dismantle project is going to be going on for I think a year and a half. But Norberto or Jeff could better answer that question. The removal of the artwork is one of the first things that has to happen before they start doing heavy work on the site.
All right, thank you very much. I have three
Thank you,
members of the public. I will represent all recognize them in order. Edward John Alpert goes first because he has yet to have spoken, and then Edward, and then Jan Lee, and then I think we are ready to shut down the public hearing. John Alpert, I have sent you a request to unmute you. There you go. You are
Oh, that was wrong, Tommy. You unmuted me.
Sorry, Jan.
Okay.
I'll take you instead for now. I don't know where John went.
Dan went down, it looks like.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, I want to make a correction that I'm really appalled that Andrew Kunkis from the city sent me an email 7 days ago that said, by the way, you should attend the Neighborhood Advisory Council committee meetings. This is really alarming that I'm on a phone call with people who are making major decisions on this project and they don't know what the meetings are called. Everyone should be very, very afraid. These are people who are designing a building in the care of human beings, in the care of art, in the care of traffic, in the care of everything that we put into public works, and they don't know the name of the meetings that they're convening. This is very troublesome. I also want to say that 3 members of my family, including myself, are graduates of the LaGuardia School. I'm a music and art high school graduate, so I'm very honored to be in the presence of the artists on this call. Kendall has said that the public is always included. That is not true, Kendall. No one from your department was there when the artwork was being desecrated. You may be there on Park Avenue to make sure that the artwork on Park Avenue is taken care of. You may be there on Madison Avenue where the artwork on Madison Avenue is cared for. But I'm telling you that is a lie, that your department, DDC, any of the folks on this call who claim to be there for us, for the public, it is a lie, because if that were true, you would have blocked whoever decision it was to start desecrating the artwork that we paid for, that these artists actually created for that site. These are site-specific artworks that cannot be just picked up and taken away. So don't come here and tell us that we don't even know the name of the meeting that's happening tomorrow. We're here for the public. We have no confidence that all of the folks that are on this call who care so much, you're all going to be gone in a few months. So please, we need to halt this project. We have said many, many times, we have vote of no confidence. You should not be in the care of human beings. Thank you.
Okay, I see John Alpert. You are back. Let me unmute you. There you go. John. Hi,
Hello.
nice
Hi. Sorry to be having technical problems. It's a limitation of my intelligence, but thank you for giving me a chance to share my experience with the artwork and the places where it is situated right now. If anyone here believes that any art, any cleanliness, any sake of caring about the community is going to be respected, you only have to walk and stand underneath this artwork and then turn in a 360-degree circle and see the garbage that piles up there over the weeks. Everybody knows we've been making a film about what's going on here. I have an amazing shot. There's the commissioner's plaque there where the commissioner parks his or her car, and then you can pan up with the camera and there are 3 overflowing garbage cans with garbage strewn everywhere, mattresses, signs. Nobody cares about anybody who lives in this particular area, and the representations that are being made to us today should be considered basically just words when you look at the deeds that are happening every day. So it's pretty terrible. Thanks for letting me talk. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Edward, you are the last hand I see in the public session. And then we close the public hearing now.
There we go. Hello, everyone. First, apologies to my sister for not speaking to her as much as I should. But let me speak to two things. First, to art itself. Well, let me go back a little bit. I said this earlier. My office is at 121 Walker Street. So when you put those little pictures up of the jail itself, please note that I'm there. My wall shares a common wall with the soon-to-be demolished jail. So I'm the community. I have a storefront. I've got a retail space. It's a law office, but it's at the ground floor. So there's no reason why people have not come into my office to talk to me. So Norberto Acevedo and Kendall Henry. Kendall, you said you always engage the community in whatever you do. And Norberto, you said you have dozens of community meetings. That is not true. No one, and please make this for the record, no one in the last few years has come to talk to me. How is that possible that you have not come to talk to me? I'm there. This is going to affect me more than anyone else that is listening or here. I'm the closest possible person to this space. And it is offensive that no one has come to talk to me and explain to me and ask me my opinion and what's going on here. And let's speak to art for a moment. My wife is involved. She's one of the members of the American East-West Arts and Cultural Exchange, attorney for that not-for-profit organization. We support local artists. My walls of my office are decorated, thank you, with local artists' work. And this is just inappropriate that no one has come to see me, to talk to me. Liaison, where are you? Please let this community board note for the record, they're not telling the truth. Thank you.
Timmy, you're on mute.
That's been said. Okay, with that, we close our public hearing with the Public Design Commission. I will ask one last final thing if they have anything they'd like to add to any comments or anything from Kendall or Jeff or anyone else. Hearing none, we close the public hearing at 7:40.
Tammy, sorry, could you just confirm a couple of things for the community? It seems still unclear. Maybe it's clear to you. When are we getting this presentation of what's described as the sort of design build team will be identified at the end of the week? When will the community find out who these folks are and how will we engage? One, and two, has a contractor been, I assume that's the same as the contractor. It's very confusing. I think it's a good opportunity with all the players in the room just to get clarity here.
I can address, so that there's two parts to this. There's the dismantle design builder, which is Gramercy and Nero. And then there's the facility design build, which has not been selected yet. That process is ongoing. So that team won't be selected for quite a while. But we are more than willing to come back in January with the dismantle team to address your questions and try and explain to you how we foresee the work proceeding in the spring of 2022.
Great. I assume we're setting that up very soon. Okay.
We reached out to Lucian, and I think we reached out later this afternoon. But if you tell us which committee you'd like us to appear in front of, we will happily do that. We did.
We did.
Wonderful.
We did reach out, and Lucian and I were in conversation. Yeah, we were going to finalize a date tomorrow.
I'm sorry to bother you. Could you repeat this? We met Lero at the presentation on the Sallyport. What was the name of the other contractor? You mentioned two names.
Sorry, there's some screaming in my household, my children. Gramercy.
Gramercy. Okay, thank you.
Just like the neighborhood. Yes.
Paul
Mhm.
Goldstein, you haven't spoken. I'm looking to close. Do you have anything to add?
Just a quick question. We all know that the current mayor, who's in office for about 10 more days, has been the architect of this project and really been pushing it, as he has successfully pushed many of his other initiatives to get done before he leaves office. I've also seen some media reports that the soon-to-be mayor said he is sensitive to the opposition that he knows the incoming council members have to a couple of these jail projects, this being one of them, and he was going to take that into account. So my question really is, has he been consulted on this? Has he expressed any view on this project going forward exactly as it is? Or does he want to have a word in how it proceeds or doesn't proceed? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. We can't speak for the new mayor. I think our directive is to move forward until we're told to stop.
So does that mean you have had no communications
I
with
can't. Again,
staff?
I don't represent the mayor. I'm sure the current mayor has spoken to the future mayor, but again, I'm not going to speculate. So,
Jeff?
Again, yes, Tammy.
The one thing I will say, if you can't answer Paul's question about what kind of dialogue in the transition team there has been, because that is something that should be somewhat knowledgeable by your team, I do want to note that while the team has said that they reached out to the community board, that was at 5:32 this evening. It is not lost on me that it was after the close of business and less than a half an hour before we were starting this meeting up tonight. And so I would like to just put it on the record that while outreach was done, it's not done during the business day, and it was not done in advance of this meeting to any meaningful way.
Well, again, as I said on this call, and I said on Monday's call, we are eager to meet with you in January. So I understand that outreach was done at 5:30 today, but we are eager to meet with you in January. That's all I can really say.
And this is why we asked if you would not have made us do this today, because it doesn't seem like there is an urgency beyond reality that this could not have waited. So anybody else before I lose my... All right, 7:45, we are closing the public hearing. Thank you very much, Jeff and Kendall and Roberto and everybody from the city team for coming. We look forward to hearing what the transition team has to say in this process as well, and hope they will be a part of it. Mr. Haas and Ms. Kim, thank you so much for coming and representing about your artwork. Public art is what makes a city completely livable. We are very, very focused, as anyone who knows anybody in CB1 is, on how to make our areas beautiful with public space. And I appreciate the time that you've taken to come. With that, we are closing the public hearing. We start our business session. The business session, we're going to adopt the minutes. We'll hear from our electeds. We'll do Lucian's report, my report, and then do the resolution on this public hearing. So everybody's on the same page. I appreciate everyone from the public who has come today. Our vice chair is here for land use, and I just need her to raise her hand simply because I have more than one Laura on. So if you would not mind, Laura Starr, raising your hand so we can make sure we move you over, because I can't find you. With that note, I'd like a motion to approve the November 2021 minutes.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any abstentions, any recusals, or any noes or comments? Okay, hearing none, minutes are approved. We do have elected officials with us this evening, and December being this December being an interesting and tough one. We're going to go to our departing Gail Brewer if she is still on. Oh, she might be at another community board because I know she was too tired. All right, so let's start with Cora. Cora, I think this is your last time with us. I'm going to request to unmute you, Cora Chen, for Margaret Chen's office.
Hello.
Hi, Cora. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy, and everyone. It's my last full board meeting representing the council member's office. So for those who don't know me, I am Cora Fong, the community liaison for council member Margaret Chin. As we are wrapping up for the year, we have tonight's message in two parts for you, a quick community highlights and a parting message. Councilmember Chin joined the Battery Conservancy, President Rory Price, CB1, Chairperson Tammy, and other electors to mark the opening of the Battery Playscape. If you haven't been there, please do so. She was at the ribbon cutting. She allocated about $500,000 to fund this capital project. Then at the last stated meeting of the year, the City Council passed 250 Water Street rezoning. So she is proud of the affordable housing that is included in this project. Councilmember Chin also joined the Downtown Alliance, the City Sanitation Department, and CB1 at a press conference to roll out the compost receptacles in Fidei area. And that helps us much easier to participate in this compost project. And then in the interest of time, I will send the details of the highlights to Lucian to circulate. Then on the parting message, under term limits, as you all know, Councilmember Chin will leave office at the end of this month. So my role with her office at the City Council also comes to an end, but that will be my new beginning. So we've been working together with the council administration to ensure a smooth transition. So if any one of you ever need me to fill in the blank or to recap a backstory for an issue after December 31st, feel free to get in touch with me through Lucian. Then on a personal note, it has been a good solid 6 meaningful years for me to serve the community as a city employee. And for lots of difficult issues, I got to work with Lucian, ping-ponging to challenge each other to find solutions for the residents. And I always get prompt responses from Lucy, Diana, and Jennifer whenever I need something. So thank you all for the supporting spirit. And lastly, you've made me feel that I am part of your family. Thank you for the good memories. Stay safe and have a good holiday season. And see you in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Cora, for your diligence.
Cora.
Yes, Cora, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Cora.
We're gonna miss you.
Well,
exactly.
you will hear from me at some
life meetings.
Exactly.
Yes,
Cora,
I will.
Cora, you are a constituent in the neighborhood, and we hope to see you at meetings.
I'm glad to join you on your side.
Exactly. All righty. We want to welcome Senator Kavanaugh, who is with us this evening. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, for joining us. Thank you for sitting and listening through so much of our public session. It's a fun one.
Great. Yeah, and I will say I was in and out because CB2 and CB3 are meeting simultaneously, but it is great to see you all. This is the season of many things, including the season where a large number of bills get sent to the governor for signature or veto. I have no less than 6 bills on the governor's desk that will get signed or vetoed today or tomorrow. One big piece of positive news recently is that the governor signed our bill on the FEPS program. This is one of the basic ways that the city gets people out of shelter and into permanent housing. And for many years, the state had artificially depressed the value of those vouchers, so they were a very limited use of getting people into permanent housing. So my colleague Linda Rosenthal in the Assembly and I wrote a bill and passed it, basically requiring that those vouchers be available for the full fair market value of apartments in New York City. And that bill was signed by the governor a couple weeks ago. It's a very big deal. People have fought for it for many years, and we think it'll immediately be available for large numbers of families to get out of the shelter and to, ensure that people can be stable in their housing that have already received these much lower value vouchers. The governor also just announced, this is sort of hot off the presses, today, that she is signing our legislative package fighting housing discrimination and promoting fair housing. These bills resulted from a series of hearings that we did in the Senate after Newsday, did a very aggressive and effective journalistic investigation and found that housing discrimination was rampant in the Long Island homeowner market. We did multiple hearings with several committees and subpoenas. I've talked about this a little bit before, but the culmination of this was this back package of bills, and we got them through the Senate and the Assembly, and the governor is signing them today. And basically that will require a statewide testing program that will be funded by an increase in the fees brokers pay for their licenses. That will allow routinely testing in both the rental and the housing market and the homeowner market to make sure that people are not discriminating against people in those markets. It also require, in a bill I wrote, that any entity that is receiving state funding or any state agency in the housing market not just refrain from discriminating, but do what is called affirmatively further fair housing goals. This is something that the Obama administration tried to implement at the federal level, and Trump rolled back, and Biden's trying to put in place. But there are a lot of entities, state government, local government entities, and local recipients that are actively engaged in the housing markets. They should be actively trying to ensure that fair housing is part of their mission. Session starts in 15 days. We're gearing up on all kinds of issues. We had a hearing 3 weeks ago jointly with the Senate Health Committee, chaired by Gustavo Rivera, and the Housing Committee I chair, about lead poisoning. Children are still being poisoned mostly in their homes at shockingly high levels. And we heard lots of testimony, and we are planning on addressing that this session. The story is actually better in New York City than it is in the rest of the state, but unconscionably high levels here and even worse levels in the rest of the state. So a legislative package is forthcoming out of those hearings that we hope to pass this session. We also are having a hearing upcoming on what is called good cause eviction. This is the radical notion that your landlord should not be able to push you out of your home for no reason at all. They should need a good cause for that. It's been pending for a couple of years. It's something we tried to get done in 2019 as part of the HSTPA package. But again, we're starting off with my colleague, Brad Hoylman, who chairs the Judiciary Committee, and my Housing Committee will be holding a hearing in Albany on January 7th. It will live stream and we'll take testimony remotely, and anybody who wants to come to Albany, testify in person, you are welcome. The budget obviously is also just around the corner. Just to highlight, this is the year where we do the new 5-year capital plan for housing, and we're hoping to do it bigger and in a procedurally better way. Last time, the prior governor more or less launched a 5-year capital plan in the sort of Albany style, some conversations behind closed doors, and then it was like dropped into the world, and then some more messy negotiations behind the scenes. Governor appears to be ready to announce this plan as part of her executive budget proposal, which is due by January 18th. I have been, in contact with the governor's office about what they're going to put in there, and hoping it's going to be substantially larger than the last one. And we're going to try to make sure it meets local needs, like the need for the state to stop underfunding public housing, which we've done for a long time, as has the city and the federal government. But again, that's an opportunity to set the state's priorities in housing for the next 5 years. Another big item on this year's agenda is the Housing Access Voucher Program, which I've talked about before. It's a bill I introduced just before COVID that would create a new state-funded Section 8 style program to provide basic subsidies to keep people in their homes and prevent people from being housing poor, which far too many people are paying more than a very large percentage of their income on rent. This would, like Section 8, set that at 30%, and again provide fair market rents so people can find housing and be stable in that housing. Another big thing that's on the offing on January 15th. several big things expire. One of them is the eviction and foreclosure moratorium, which I passed in a bill in early September to extend it 4.5 months. And we're going to have a serious conversation about what we can do to extend those, given, based on the situation with COVID, which I think it's fair to say is not moving in the right direction right now. But I think that's going to be a major negotiation. It happens right away because those things expire January 15th. The other thing is in the same bill I passed in September, we suspended various provisions of the open meetings law that permit this board and basically every public body in the state except the Senate and the Assembly to do what we're doing now, which is have remote proceedings. Again, that expires January 15th. It is my view that we ought to extend it. And one of the advantages of doing it legislatively is, for most of the pandemic, about once a month or so, the governor would extend it for another month. And so you never really knew for sure whether you were going back to in-person proceedings very quickly. So I think we should, I am advocating for us to extend it, well into the spring, so you have visibility going into the spring. And I think that the COVID situation certainly requires that go beyond January 15th, but that's going to be a very quick negotiation and action session. A couple local issues we hosted with this board and our elected colleagues, and with lots of participation from folks in the community, a public forum on 5 World Trade Centers affordability issues. Obviously, there are many other issues other than affordability that are going to be part of a formal public comment process. We did push those agencies to ensure that public comments will be open at least until February 15th, which they agreed to do. But we're focusing particularly on the affordable housing aspects, and I know that that's of very great interest to many people tonight. And we're going to continue to push those agencies. We got some, I think, greater transparency from the agencies, both in the run-up to that public meeting and during the meeting about some of the economics of that. But obviously, we don't have answers that are satisfactory yet, so we're continuing to push it. Another area where we're trying to convene people in a way that we hope will be productive is we announced, again, with this board and our elected colleagues, the 250 Water Street Working Group. I know it's been very controversial and a big fight about whether that project would proceed. This is very much about its impact and environmental impact, noise and construction impacts. And because this project is overseen both by the state in the form of the DEC on the brownfield cleanup issue, and obviously a lot of local city agencies will also be involved over time, we thought it was good to create a task force that is all the city and state and federal local elected officials and the community board and stakeholders. And to their credit, all of the relevant stakeholders invited have agreed to participate, including the developer and the various environmental consultants, including Laura Dodge, who's been advising you. And so we hope that's productive. I think today we sent out a sort of poll to all the participants to figure out a date in early January. We can convene that. But I thank Tammy in particular has been a great champion of working with everybody to get clarity and assurances to people that we can prevent anybody from being harmed by the environmental issues and obviously the many other issues there. With that, I know you have a busy agenda and you've already had a long meeting, but I will just wish everybody happy holidays and thank everybody really for tremendous service through a very, very difficult, I was going to say a year, but really like 2 years now. And let's all hope for a better, safer 2022. And happy to take any questions.
1 second. We usually allow board members, if they have hands up. I did see a hand go flying up from Rosa. So if you can keep it to like a minute, Rosa, so we have many electeds with us and our incoming council member. So Rosa, you're up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Hi, Senator Kavanaugh. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I think you know what I'm going to ask about, which is the whole Brooklyn Bridge area under the bridge, and specifically, I was really happy to see that they've completed Brooklyn Bridge Park on the Brooklyn side, but they have 85 acres that they were able to build out in the same 11 years that our public space has been closed, and we do not have a single one. And so I'm wondering what you are going to be able to do for us to help us to get that space back.
I thank you. And you and I have had the opportunity to have a conversation about that. I've toured it. and reached out to DOT. I will, we had a very high level discussion with the city DOT that was delayed, that was basically postponed because of I don't want to,
I understand all that.
you know, there was a death in the family of a very high official,
Yeah.
but I am pushing, I agree with you that space, I don't want to take, I've seen the plan that you've put out there. I don't want to say every square inch of the space you've identified necessarily should. I do want to be able to hear from the agency about how it, meets, security concerns, their agency needs. But I am a proponent of getting much greater public access to that space, and I will make that more formal soon. I am still hoping to have a conversation to benefit from the expertise of the outgoing administration, because we don't really know necessarily who's in charge 11 days from now. But I'm working on that and pushing for it, and I'll have something more formal to say about that soon.
Okay, that would be great. But at least stage one, if we could just get that surplus storage space and back to public use like immediately, then that would be enormously helpful to us. And that horrible sort of urine-soaked mugging stare, if we could get that open.
Yeah, no, I know it's terrible. I like, yes. And, I already was persuaded, but having taken the tour, I think there's something, there are some real things. I also, as I think don't fully understand, there's an area that appeared to be used as parkland, and it's closed off as far as I know without any alienation or anything else. So I think we need prompt action to expand the public access. And obviously the longer term plan is going to be, a longer term conversation, but I'm with you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Pat and Mariama, and then we'll move on for our next elected after that. Go ahead, Pat.
Good evening, Senator Kavanaugh. It's Pat Moore, Chair of the Quality of Life Committee. I put in the chat at your World Trade Center number 5 forum just that I'd like the public officials to also take into consideration not only the fact that we'd like that building to be 100% affordable, but that that the quality of life of the residents who already live. We've been impacted for 20 years since 9/11. We've had constant construction. We have 6 working streets that don't work very well in this little community of Greenwich South. And we need to be taken, the quality of our lives to be taken into consideration while that building is being constructed. And this is a conversation that we can have at a later date. I just wanted to bring it up to everyone, the board, and any of the public officials that are here at the meeting tonight. So
I appreciate that. And we were asked to do an event laser focused on the question of affordability. So at that event, we stuck to that. But yes, we will, these are, I'm aware of how difficult it's going to be, and we will work very much with the board and everybody in the community to make sure that we minimize impacts to the extent one can with another giant thing going up in our midst. But I appreciate the comment, and we'll work very closely with you on that.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Mariama?
Hi, Senator. Thanks so much for your time tonight and for joining us. I was wondering if there'd been any update as to the meetings that the agency said that they were willing to have with your office and the community at that public forum. If there's any dates or anything we should know about.
I don't think we have anything scheduled yet. We are, we did follow up with them to talk about the promises that they made. I think it's fair to say it's probably after the new year at this point, but we will, again, we once again urge them to be as transparent as possible. And they, I think that they said on the record in public that they're willing to have these conversations with all of you, and that, this is a done deal. And I think we'll hold them to that. And again, I also just, some may be more cynical than I, but I actually believe them. I think that they have gotten the message that you can't just plow forward with this. And I think that the forum was very helpful. And I think many in the community, including yourself, were very effective at making that case. So we will.
Thank you. I think it was tremendously helpful. I really appreciate you having hosted that for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have any expectation that they may do it before their meeting, which is also in January, early in the year?
I don't want to, because we don't have a date.
Not really.
Okay. Again, they're going to have, they've got the public things going on through at least February 15th. I think we'll have ample opportunity. And again, I think this is going to be a longer term conversation with them, but I think we will revisit it with them and try to get a date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Happy holidays. Thank you very
Happy
much.
holidays, you.
And
Yes,
we
thanks,
will
everybody.
see you in the new year. Thank you very,
Yep.
very much.
See you then. Thanks.
All righty. We are moving on. We're going to kind of mix it up a little bit tonight. And we're going to have Gail Brewer, Manhattan Borough President Brewer. I'm delighted to be able to call you that for one last time at a CB1 meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Tammy Meltzer. I have a couple of things. First of all, on the Board 1, this is so minor, but I hope the Fearless Girl stays. I know it's not the #1 issue for residents, but it is a big sort of monument in our city. So let's see what happens. Second is, I do, like everybody else, want to make sure that there is under the Brooklyn Bridge gets done the way that you're suggesting. I just heard the discussion and I certainly am very supportive, but I just want to point out that one thing that we and Margaret Chen and I worked on was the Brooklyn Bridge Beach. When EDC said we're going to put a lovely high up esplanade, we said hell no. And so we're going to be able to touch the water there. So all of this discussion has to include that, make sure that gets done. We will make sure, but I want to double check. I'm certainly very supportive of the work that you're doing on 5 World Trade Center. It seems to me that, you know, the funding could be found. We're always told it's expensive to build in Manhattan. Yes, it's expensive to build in Manhattan. It's also expensive not to have the opportunity for so many families to go to good schools and to be part of a wonderful community. That's also expensive for that not to happen. So every aspect of effort, thank you for putting that together, all of you and Senator Kavanaugh. I know that this South Street Seaport is like super controversial. I look forward to seeing how the 250 Water Street works out in terms of a discussion about all of the brownfields and making sure it's safe. I know that we were instrumental in making sure that the community has an engineer. Matthew Washington, when he was deputy borough president, worked on that project and we were successful. I am happy that the South Street Seaport Museum will have $50 million. It was quite, I think you know all the background, but that's the part I played, and I will work with that museum to make sure it's a real museum. That's my promise, and I usually fulfill my promises. We're going to find the money now that we have the endowment to make sure that there's a real building and that it is supportive of our history and of the community. Other issues that are also major, of course, is the fact that every single Tuesday at 3 o'clock, some of you participated in our what's going on with vaccines, what's going on with the money that's coming to the city of New York, what's going on with reopening Manhattan. I would have thought by now the vaccines would not be an issue, but they're bigger than ever. The testing kits, as you heard, are supposed to come from the state. They haven't shown up yet. I know that everybody's trying. But, you know, every senior center is calling me, every nonprofit is calling me. They can apply as a nonprofit. It's on the website for Test and Trace, how to get these test kits when they arrive. However, one very smart Community Board 3 nonprofit said today at the 3 o'clock discussion, but what kind of paperwork, what kind of metrics do I need to fill out? I just want to give those, out. And unfortunately, the woman from the city said, you're going to have to be sort of specific as to who you're giving the test kit to. You can't do that. So because, you got to get them out. So anyway, just so you know, already there's a bureaucratic hurdle that I hope the city and the state don't put too much weight on, because get them out. Get the good nonprofits to give them out. The other thing, of course, is as we know about the long lines. I heard at another community board, I have 5 community boards tonight. I heard at another community board meeting that a city site actually was 64 hours. The mayor has said it's 24 to 48. 64 hours before the person was told they are positive. That's not acceptable. So somehow we need to have faster turnaround. It's not bad enough to wait in line and then to have no answer for 64 hours when you go back to work, not good. Also, we learned in Brooklyn from the Tuesday at 3 o'clock discussion that there are some company has decided to put up tents to look just like health and hospital tents, but they're not. And somebody's making money and they're not supposed to. And the Attorney General's already suing a couple of the companies that had providing the testing site. So obviously, whenever you have a crisis, somebody's trying to make money and scam the system. So I think we need to have the results faster, but the city sites are your safest. They don't scam you and they're not lying to you. I also want to just say that the community board applications issue, as you know, they'll be done by Borough President Mark Levine next year. But I want to be clear on the term limits because lots of people have asked us. So you probably know that the charter provisions are new. They provide that members can serve 4 consecutive 2-year terms. Of course, I oppose all of this. I don't think there should be term limits for committee boards, but I lost. But the clock did not start for the term limit until appointments were made for the term that started April 1st, 2019. So members who were appointed in 2019, anything before that is not relevant. But if you were appointed in 2019, you'll be term limited on March 31, 2027. There is an exception because the city council realized that you want to stagger terms. Otherwise, everybody in that category would be gone at the same time. So there's an exception for members appointed on April 1st, 2020. Those members will be term limited after 5 2-year terms. So you can serve if you were appointed in that time period until March 31, 2030. I also want to mention if you're appointed in midterm, because sometimes people move on, we are now, as a borough president, 100% appointed for all of the members. And if that's the case, somebody moved, then you still get the full 8 years plus the time that you served filling out somebody else's term. In terms of capital funding for the nonprofits that are applying, if one wants to as a nonprofit, you can submit to the borough president's office by Friday, the 14th, some indication of what you are applying for so that there's a sense of what the community would like in terms of funding. Cultural tourism grants, these are the grants that come to the borough president's office from NYC and Company, which of course is the city's tourism agency. And they support art and cultural organizations for music and theater, walking tours, festivals, film screenings. That deadline is January 1st, 2028, 2022. I do want to thank everybody who attended our reception at John Jay on Sunday, December 12th. We had about 800 people, and I certainly appreciate it. Open restaurants, this whole discussion continues thanks to, I really want to thank all the Manhattan community boards. You came together at the borough board and you said, stop DOT. We have got a lot of unanswered questions. So there are roundtables that DOT is participating for all 5 boroughs. Of course, everybody says this is not enough roundtable discussion. It probably isn't. But to start with, it's January 11th and January 12th. I'm sure it's up on the DOT website and up on ours. And that will be a time to voice your concerns. And I know you have a lot of them. I also want to say on congestion pricing, because every community board south of 60th Street, not to mention the ones north of 60th Street, it's going to be, when people wake up and find out what's really happening, I know they're going to be very upset. So we have been pushing, I think you know Christine Bertha, who is a member of Community Board 4, to be on the Congestion Pricing Traffic Mobility Review Board. And I say this over and over again because she's got to get on. We've got to have the only 6 people on, somebody from Manhattan to voice their concerns that are incredibly real. Everybody from the other boroughs is going to complain, but they don't live south of 60th Street where they're going to have to pay with a car if they have one often. So I'm concerned about that, as you can imagine. I believe in congestion pricing, but I do think somebody has to have some sense about what makes sense for the residents below 60th Street. Thank you very much, Community Board 1. You are amazing how hard you work. And I'm very fond of all of you. Your chair works really, really hard. I think you know that. And your district manager, he works hard too. I think I know him pretty well. Thank you, Lucian.
Well, everybody on our board should know that we have a piece of art that we're having made for Gail, so she can't put it like all the stuff, in storage. We want it to go to your new place, so we are sending you something as a thank you that has been is being created by, we know you love art, we know you support the youth, and so we corralled both, and when it is ready, we will have her come and meet you. So.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. It means a whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you to Gail. We're gonna change it up as one is leaving, one is coming in. I'm gonna ask Councilmember-elect Marte to speak very shortly. I know he has to go, and then we are going to close it out with Assemblymember New, who is staying with us. All righty, Chris.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, Chris.
Hi, everyone. It's really exciting to be here, and I look forward to working with everyone individually and with the community board to achieve a lot of things in the next 2 years. But first, even before we take office, we made a commitment that we wanted to do participatory budgeting in this district. And so when we started talking to the city agencies, we have until the end of the year to submit ideas on what projects should get funded by our community. We dedicated our budget that $1 million will go to participatory budgeting. So if you have any ideas, I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and I know Tammy's planning to also email it to everyone who's on the community board newsletter. Just submit an idea. It doesn't have to be really detailed, whether it's fixing up a playground, a water fountain at your child's school, a curb cut, you want composting in your neighborhood, any of these projects, any ideas, just submit them. We're going to work with city agencies in January and February to figure out how much each of these will cost and the viability of actually moving forward with these projects. And in the spring, we're going to have everyone in the community vote on these projects, and the winners will get funded almost immediately. So we're super pumped. We want people to be part of the budget process, and we feel like this is the first step of really engaging our community with the city council. So thank you, Tammy, for giving me the time. And I look forward to working with everyone starting January. Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember-elect. We are super excited to have you and look forward to seeing you at more meetings. And let's take it home, Yulene. Assemblymember Yulene New, welcome, and please take us home.
Hi, everyone. So first and foremost, I stayed for most of the meeting, so I was listening to all of the different folks that were speaking up at the beginning of the meeting, and then I was listening to a lot of the different plans, and I learned a lot because I actually had no idea on some of the city things that were going on with some of the artwork, and I'm really glad I stayed to listen to some of these details because I am not on the city level, so a lot of the things that were concerns were actually very new to me, but also very interesting to know. And as usual, I will make sure to speak up on behalf of the community when we are when we need to. You know, I wanted to just note that we are working currently with community folks, including CB1, Tammy, and a bunch of other organizations on the board representation piece. I wanted to note that. I think that it's I know that you guys are voting on some resolutions today, and you know, wanted to make sure to say that I was there to pass and help pass the first bill that was put in to make sure that we got more representation. Actual first time that we actually had any community representation on the board, but we do need to up the numbers, and we need to make sure that we are getting more residents of Battery Park City on the Battery Park City Authority. I actually joined Corporations Committee in order to be able to have some oversight, and so I'm really glad to be a part of that in the Assembly. The other thing I wanted to note was the open meetings law that, you know, folks know that and have been supportive of my bill a couple of years ago when I first asked, when we were first in this pandemic, to extend and open the open meetings law to make sure that we were able to actually have online quorum count and online meetings just like this one, making sure that folks can be safe. I understand, of course, that we all would love to be together, but unfortunately right now with Omicron and the way that things are much more difficult, and we need to be safe. I wanted to note also that, you know, this session we may have good cause coming up. Of course, we're hoping that we can pass good cause. You know, we know that you know, right now here in Lower Manhattan, it would be a bill that would help many folks. We want to also note a little bit about, I know that folks are talking a lot about WTC 5, the World Trade Center 5, affordability. And I think that this is something that I've been in conversations with our community board, with a lot of community members on. I am very in support of affordability and making sure that we have, the maximum amount of affordability that we can have. Hopefully that's 100%. And so I know that this is something that we're continuing to fight for. We have a lot of different conversations that are happening right now. In Albany, as folks know, we have a budget that we're working on right now, but I also wanted to kind of touch base on some of the bills that I'm working on. Folks know a lot about the bills that I like to sponsor, which tend to be the ones that end the cycle of poverty or end the cycle of debt in our community. And one of the things that we have seen throughout this pandemic is the level of fraud and the level of unfair practices, deceptive practices, and predatory practices within some of the treatment of our seniors, folks with disabilities, people trapped at home. And so I think that we need to make sure that we are actually regulating some of it. I have a bill that passed through both the Senate and the Assembly 2 years ago on the committee sides of things, but was not pulled to the floor for an actual vote. And we need to push for that, I think, because right now we are seeing, especially when we're talking about, the Department of Labor, when we were first looking at, getting unemployment benefits, people needed to give their full Social Security number. So a lot of people were fraudulently, faking these calls and getting people's Social Security numbers, stealing identities, et cetera. So there was a lot of that going on. And so when we are updating our laws, we know that one of the things that we're seeing is that some of the laws are a little antiquated. This is the one that I'm trying to update that is very, very antiquated. One of the things that people are shocked to hear when you're talking about this bill is that the current amount that is fined for somebody who's doing something unfair or deceptive or abusive or predatory is $50. And so I know, Mari almost like, what? Pat is like freaking out right now. But yeah, it's just like one of those things where it's like, it's $50 to rip somebody off. And that's the fine. So most people will be like, that's the cost of doing business. I'm good, right? I mean, when we're talking about, the ticket hawkers down here or like any of the other stuff that's going on, right? Predatory towing, predatory tutoring centers, there's robocalls that have fleeced our seniors of like millions and millions of dollars here in Lower Manhattan. It's actually really interesting. There was a study done, and it's actually like $8 million that they fleeced from seniors here in Lower Manhattan alone. So I think that it's really important that we pass this bill, make it so that the fine is $1,000, and make it so that and it stacks up. And it stacks up. So like every single time that it's found that, it's still low. I know, Pat, it's still low. It's still low. But I think that having it so that it adds up and can, basically make it so that it's a hefty fine, can make it so that I think that there will be a lot less of those practices, but also the right for a class action with the Attorney General's office is very important. So we had taken on a couple of cases before, and I still remember when I was a staffer for Assemblymember Kim, one of the biggest ones was this tutoring center, and we actually won, but it was like very, very difficult because each fine was only $50, so you had to find so many students that were defrauded, and then finally, the little bit that you could get back was basically nothing to what they were, what was taken from them, And so I think that it's really important that we actually pass this bill. And the Attorney General is very supportive of this bill. And I think that it's something that we can do this year and help a lot of folks to be able to have those protections, including our small businesses. So many of our small businesses are affected by fraudulent and predatory practices, such as equipment rentals, et cetera. So I think that some of these things where people are just paying off interest in order to, and even when the equipment's no longer working, broken, et cetera, and past the longevity of its lifetime, and they've already paid 4 times amount what the equipment was worth in the first place, they're still paying the interest on it. And I think that this is something that, you know, needs to end. It will help a lot of people, will help people to be able to get a lot of help. So just wanted to kind of note that very important bill. There's a lot of different bills that I'm doing that are really, I think, impactful in that way. One of them is also the stopping court fines and fees. You know, some of the court fines and fees are very, very predatory. We have a bill, Julia Salazar and I introduced the In Predatory Court Fees Act. It prohibits mandatory minimum fines from penal law and traffic offenses. And I believe that this legislation really addresses, you know, this cruel set of fees that almost exclusively targets low-income and people of color individuals and that are unable to pay for their freedom, even though they are otherwise eligible for a full termination of like their sentence. So, like for example, even if you were to get a you know, just like a regular you know, car ticket. You know, some of folks are probably getting these tickets, you know, for, you know, parking a car, having a, you know, car parked near a hydrant or something like that. And, you know, you're already seeing that sometimes those fees can triple and quadruple if you didn't see it in the mail, for example. So a lot of times like that happens. And so we're trying to just eliminate that. You know, it's very, very predatory, for example, for somebody, you know, who is basically then sent to Rikers for something that is very, very small, like, you know, having a car parked near a hydrant. And so you're seeing that happen because people are then also trapped in a debt cycle, for example, in getting DNA tests like and fingerprinting tests and like all these things. When you're in jail, somebody could be in jail for, I don't know, somebody getting into an argument at a bar, right? So a bar fight outside, and then they go to jail, and then they have all of these tests taken on them, and they're already, you know, low income or whatever, and then they then accrue these fees, and then you walk out of jail with $10,000 in debt. So this is kind of how it traps people into a cycle of debt and then make it so that people are then ending up in debtor's prison. So I just wanted to make sure that folks can understand some of these bills. I'm happy to talk about them, happy to dialogue with folks, but I wanted to make sure that folks can understand it very well. And we do have a Gotham Gazette article that did come out about it. And so we published an op-ed about it, and I'm happy to share that. I don't want to take up too much of everybody else's time. I know this is right before the holidays, and I know that I'm almost last. I think that Congressmember Nadler is on, but I just wanted to say happy holidays to everyone. If folks have any questions for me, please feel free to reach me. Everyone probably has my cell phone number, but just feel free to reach out. And I wanted to say that it is really, really, really lovely to see all of you. And I hope that one day soon we'll be able to see each other all in one place again. I also know that folks are really concerned about their kids right now. I do know that the schools are having serious discussions about what's happening. And so we want to make sure that folks are safe, and we will definitely be listening to the community on that front.
Thank you very much. I am not going to take questions, so sorry, because Vicki, Bruce, I see that. Nope. Email questions to the board or directly to you, Lean, so we can go on. I apologize.
I will put my number, email in the chat.
Thank you. I know Hannah from Congressman Nadler is here. She has a 2-minute update. She swears on the SBA loans, and then we need to hit the business session. So, Hannah.
I told Tammy I will be very quick. So hi, I'm Hannah from Congressman Jerry Nadler's office. A few quick updates. So one, I just wanted to flag that the Protecting Our Democracy Act passed in the House. It's a sweeping package of reforms intended to prevent presidential abuses and restore the constitutional systems of checks and balances back to our government. So, you know, as we're looking at all of these things, it's important also to keep that macro thread. On that macro note, the last time the congressman joined the full board, he provided the board with an overview of the provisions that was going to be in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is now signed into law by the president. There's $550 billion in new spending over the next 5 years. very importantly, so the money is going to be given to New York through two types of funding: formula funding to the state, which is pre-existing formulas, and competitive grant programs, which both the city and state governments can apply for. There's a lot of really interesting programs in the bill. The reason why I flag it is that it might be useful for the board to look at the different programs to see what might be of interest. There's a lot of money around, public safety, pedestrian safety, things like that that just might be of interest. So what the Department of Transportation has a really great breakdown of all the funding, all the allocations for city and state. So I'm going to put that into the chat. It might be, behoove the Transportation Committee or other committees to take a look and see which of these programs may align with your priorities and, capital budgets and things like that for the coming year. The promise about the SBA programs. Okay, so two new programs for the SBA or updates. So Congressman introduced the Low Revenue Recipient Paycheck Protection Program Relief Act. So basically this is a fix to the PPP. So currently the PPP gives small businesses up to 24 weeks after receipt of their loan to spend the money of forgivable expenses. So basically this legislation will now ensure that the hardest hit PPP recipients are eligible for loan forgiveness that they would have otherwise been excluded from due to the prolonged pandemic closures and restrictions. So that's an extension of the PPP. If you have questions, you can contact our office. Additionally, a lot of folks are concerned that they know that there is an idle application deadline until December 31st. So idle applications and targeted idle advanced applications will be accepted until December 31st. However, the SBA will continue processing the applications after the deadline, including reconsideration. So a lot of folks were concerned about that. So if you have already submitted a reconsideration or increased request, you're still processing, you have time. But if you have any questions, you can feel free to contact the office. I'll put all my information in the chat. Thank you, Tammy, for giving me the time. Happy holidays, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Happy holidays to you, Hannah. Happy holidays to you, Lean. Thank you so much. And to Chris and to everybody for joining us. With that, we move on to the district manager's report, and I will, Lucian, you're up. Let's rock.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm going to move through this with incredible speed. At our district service cabinet meeting last week, Officer Brian Nelson reminded us that there's an increase in grand theft auto this year, and though that increase came from mostly motorcycle theft that's in Battery Park City, the box trucks are coming and just lifting motorcycles up through the lift gate and onto the box truck. Motorcycles, if they're not extremely heavy, need to be secured. Otherwise, they can be just simply taken away. So food for thought. The other increase comes from people who are leaving their vehicles idling while they pop into a store. They will get stolen that way, and even if you use a keyless fob and leave it running, it can still be stolen if the key is in your pocket. If the vehicle is running, it can be stolen if you're not in the driver's seat. So please be mindful of that. December 25th, so some updates on office closures. December 25th is Christmas Day, and January 1st obviously is a special day for everyone. They both fall on a Saturday this year. Therefore, in observance of those holidays, the city is closing the offices on Friday, Friday, December 24th and Friday, December 31st. And those will be city holidays. And the MBPO and the CBs are both closed on those days. This month, I worked with the Manhattan Borough President's Office to finally bring together the DOE, DOT, the principal of PS 150, and the developer, along with CB1, for a meeting about school safety and safe pickup and drop off of students at the future elementary school located at 42 Trinity Place. This will not be the only meeting, and we hope the next meeting will show significant progress so we have a safe solution in hand for the first day of school next year. Last week, I testified before the Civic Engagement Commission about how community boards need them to weigh in on the issue of open meetings law reform as one of their core projects to protect and expand engagement citywide. The board of the Civic Engagement Commission seemed receptive, but more pressure will likely be necessary. And Tim, with that, I bring it back to you. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a happy new year.
I'm going to try and go fast. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, where's our chair? Well, I'm going to skip down to things that we haven't talked about. If people don't mind, the Battery Park Conservancy annual board meeting, and the Downtown Alliance is doing a neighborhood composting program that's been funded with partnerships through their companies. And so we want to say thank you to the Downtown Alliance and to Brookfield. We will send out all this information. You can sign up to compost. There are 10 locations that are all south of Chambers Street. We will be looking and pursuing in CB1 to find another partner for the Department of Sanitation for north of Chambers Street up to Canal, so we can really be the #1 in composting for all community boards in the city and show how we are green and how forward thinking we are. So we did lots of fun stuff, including the Battery Placegate. Let's do the next slide. Actually, I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to share from the Battery Placegate. You can see my screen. So that is a absolute thank you to Rosa for coming with me down the slide, because everybody knows that being chair is lots of fun, and that might have been the most fun I had all month. Next slide, please. Diana, I'm giving it back to you for slides. There we go. Looking ahead, January, we have a lot of stuff. We have a meeting tomorrow for whatever they want to call that meeting, which we will find out. If they've renamed it a task force, I want to roll it by community board standards for a task force, which means we get it reported. It has public engagement. So let's see where we go. But that's the agenda that we have tomorrow for BBJ. I posted on the right because this is the first time I've seen an agenda in advance. And we will be hosting meetings based on current law through January 15th. If you are a part of EPC, Exec, Quality of Life, or Waterfront Parks and Cultural, WPC, those will be, as of right now, if there is no change in the law, those will be held in the community board office. We will find a location for full board, and we will encourage the public to attend virtually. January starts 250 Water Street Task Force, as mentioned. 5 World Trade Center is the hearing January 12th, and deadline for comments is February 15th. We will make sure everybody knows that. We are online and working well with open restaurants in terms of we have the time to do that for January, which is great. Take a look out in January in transportation for a conversation about a vehicle for hire location for drop-off and pickups for the PAC, which we should weigh in on based on current scope and scale. The LMCR master plan for public discussion, and of course, the Sally Port and the public art, and the going to PDC. The one thing that I will say that we should be 125% on record for with all this discussion with the Sally Port is that we got the slides today that we asked for at the land use meeting. There's absolutely no way that that works for public engagement and transparency. So we sent them out within moments after receiving them, but everyone will notice how late in the day they came. All righty. And with that, next slide. Remember, enjoy our city. Things are happening, support local business. We want to keep everybody we've got who's made it so far. Look out for vaccine info and pop-up sites. Take care of yourself. We definitely can't do this without you. I think the office team and Alice and all of the elected leaders on our board, there is not one thing that we don't do without the whole. So thank you for your time and energy. Be safe and have fun. We welcome this month a new member. I will not, because she just got appointed, make her go through the 1-minute introductions. We will do that and save that for January after she's oriented to the board. But if you see her online, she is here. Her name is Michelle. And welcome, Michelle Arroyo Mullen. Welcome to Community Board 1. And I look forward to 2022. With that, I close my chair report. Let's go. Diana, can you pull up the resolution with the notes that we've done thus far for the Public Design Commission? Alrighty, so Diana will scroll up. We've tried to capture everything that we have heard thus far. This rolls like a regular committee meeting for this because this is new business. We've taken it at the beginning. So it will be roll call once we're done with this, and then move forward from here. It's details from the presentation that we just saw. That's where all the whereases are that are included in here. Again, this is draft just based on what we heard today. Okay.
I'll just note that this is also available from the live meetings portal. There's a link for all draft resolutions. They're all on there. I'll also put a link directly in the chat where you can go through and pull this up on your own screen if you wish.
Hey, Tammy, point of information. This is going as new business?
New business, yes. So things that I heard in the meeting that Diana, I need to make sure that was talked about by the board. And again, we're going to run it like a committee meeting. So don't feel free. You can raise your hands or you can speak up. I'm going to be flexible on this one. Mark, just wait. Things that I want to make sure that we had in here that were noted was the maximum preservation of the art and full restoration. That we want to make sure that it's installed in the new site is protected and the artist's point of view are considered. We also heard from board members that we want it to stay within Community Board 1. And the artists who created them, if still alive and around, or their representatives should be included in the conversation of relocation to make sure it's with the intent of the art. All right, so I see Rosa, I see Mark. Mark, you go first, and then Rosa. And Jason, we need to move you over, and you'll be next.
Is there anything in there about the engagement with the people that live nearby, or the lack of it? Can that be mentioned?
Absolutely, I see no reason why we wouldn't.
Strongly worded on this one.
I think we also have it on the Sally Port, but it can't be stated often enough that there was a complete lack of public engagement, including as close as their own neighbors. Thank you.
I think specifically the individual that shares a party wall. I don't have the name by name, but just that a resident had mentioned that there's a party wall and they've not been, in addition to everything else that we mentioned, that should just specifically, I think, be mentioned. It just highlights the ineptitude of the Blasio.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Rosa, you're next.
Thank you. I'm sort of new to the whole jail discussion, but I've been listening now for almost 2 years, and I just feel that we need to underline the lack of engagement, as you pointed out, on this, because it's sort of like saying, like, hey, look at this shiny little button on this enormous coat, and basically like, look at the Sally Port. Okay, let's look at the art. Let's look at the color and the lighting in the art, like the opening or the sidewalk seating. But there's sort of, I haven't been to any meeting hosted by the community board, and I've been watching pretty much all of them on the actual jail. And maybe that was because it was before my time, but it's really bizarre to be watching this whole process. And it's like, look at this tiny, tiny little thing here. And I know that I went to the Sally Port discussion, and well, it just doesn't work. Like logistically, like in terms of the vehicle and the street closure that would be required. In terms of this art, I mean,
stay on this. We'll get to Sally Port.
Okay. Sorry, shameful what has happened to the art. It's really sad, and I really feel for the artists that put their heart and soul into this work to only see it parked on and destroyed like this. So, I don't know what we can do to try to address this. I don't know. Sorry. That's it.
Who did I say was next? Jason Friedman is next, and then we're going to go Justine and Bruce. Jason? Get you moved up. I saw Jason, he was down in the attendee section. I'm gonna unmute you, Jason. There you go. Hi, Jason. Oh, wait, there you go.
Hello? Okay.
Hey, you're up.
Good evening. I thought another bold underline, and if I don't know if it's already in the resolution, but is this notion that they chose the design build process for such a gigantic development project, and that it really fails right at that choice. And then that's where you get a lot of these uncoordinated incidents in a construction project that, you know, they come up and then we got to design build around it. So we're there to just pivot around. That's my comment.
Heard. Yes, you're next, Justine. Thank you.
Kind of just echoing what Mark said about public engagement and how ridiculous it is to have not spoken to the people that actually work and live in the neighborhood. And that has kind of been a theme. I mean, I made a joke about not knowing what's going on, but I was kind of sadly grateful that it's not me not paying attention. And I'm getting a text saying that if you want to use the address of the adjacent wall, it's 121 Walker Street, which you couldn't get closer. But another thing that I don't know that this is the appropriate place to put it or not, and it was barely touched on, but this is a jail. When are we talking about and where do we talk about the actual inmates that are going to be placed there and how they're cared for and what's going on? I mean, is there a place for that? Probably not in this resolution, but is there a place for that conversation in CB1?
There is a place for that conversation, and that would go through quality of life and health services. So yes.
Okay, perfect. But then, yeah, then in here, definitely saying about
Thank
the
you
public
for the
engagement.
address for 21 Walker. That's perfect. Bruce, you're next. Alice, and then Vicky.
Who knows if I will sound like a chipmunk, do I?
Not yet.
Okay. I didn't hear some of the public discussion on this, but I just have to agree. I have to agree with Mark. This is like the fourth meeting in a row. Nothing should be destroyed. None of the artwork should be destroyed. Just like classically the most important cast iron facade in New York City was supposed to be preserved by the city at Chambers and Greenwich and was disappeared and has never been seen again since the 1970s, since the Washington Market Renewal Project. And two, I do want to point out that today the city chose a design build architect team for the Queens Borough Prison, Borough Jail, and construction is to commence first quarter 2022, according to the announcement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. So Bruce's point is that none of the art should be destroyed and all efforts should be maximum preservation and restoration. Thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Alice, you're next. Vicky, and then Jeff Galloway.
I'm not sure how that works if the buildings are being demolished, but anyway, why not? Yeah. I think we need to, I couldn't possibly read this as it was scrolling down, so I don't know what it says, but I think we should definitely note that the history that was noted, particularly with the Snyder work, that is absolutely shameful. And the fact that, none of these works were taken care of, and that has to certainly be solved going forward with any kind of public art in any space in that area. The critical need to see this entire project holistically, that it isn't just the removal of art, but it's the understanding of the demolition and the proposed facility construction and the Sally Port end. So basically it's a call for a pause, a call for more time to review and consider all the things that are missing, including.
Hold on. So the history goes in as the whereas, got it. And the therefore be it resolved is a pause.
Yeah. Time
right?
to review and consider where the art should go and whether in fact, I would argue the north building where the Chamberlain plaques are affixed, the landmark eligible Tombs building exterior needs to come down. This is something Community Board has been on record asking for. That would be another one I vote for. And then a call for more specificity as to where the art's being stored, and the cry for less time for it to be stored. It's endless, like 7 years, the stuff will just fall apart. A review of whether it can in fact be used currently on a different site, and to review those sites. And lastly, also to support Richard Haas in his cry for, couldn't we get it off the wall and save it? So I would add that one in too.
Got it all. And I think there was widespread agreement on that around. So thank you, Alice, very much. Vicky, and then Jeff, and then Susan Cole.
Just wanted to add that the problems that we saw in our committee regarding the Sally Port and all the other components of this program just amplify the idea that this is a wrong location for a program of this size. And I just want to keep reiterating that a jail of this size in a location that is being proposed is absolutely impossible to execute without an enormous impact on the community. And the question is why? Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Jeff, Susan.
You covered my points at the beginning. You summarized them accurately. They're consistent with the other comments that people made in terms of the preservation of the art. I just wanted to point out that their comments on dismantling, they were defining dismantling as preserving as much as possible of what they were deconstructing, and salvaging as much as possible of what they were deconstructing. And so consistent with this notion of dismantling, as they've described it, should be the preservation of the art, and in particular, those that they say cannot be preserved, such as the murals. If they're dismantling, they should be able to preserve the murals.
I think you're right in the tenets of what we heard. Okay. Susan, Betty.
I'd just like to reiterate Jason's point. I think somewhere if you could put in this whole idea and why we're in this process of this as-built without any thought about how it's going to look and what's going to happen, I think we should reiterate somehow how what poor planning thought this is somewhere in there.
I think that you're right on the timing. I mean, whether I think you're right doesn't make a difference, but I think everybody has said the same thing as a whole, that we think that the timing is off. We haven't had enough information. And quite frankly, if anybody went to any of the potential design sessions and things that they presented, none of this artwork would necessarily fit in. And they showed no renderings ever conceptually of anything of how it would. So that makes me even more leery, Susan.
Well, that's that whole as-built problem.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Betty, you're up.
Yes, I want to speak in a slightly different direction. As a non-architect, non-artist, I know what I like, but probably nobody else does, and I assume that. My concern is there seems to be a built-in assumption that the artwork should be restored, which I have no problem with, but done to go into the new buildings. That's where my problem is. Because what is the real purpose of the art? Is it to educate, to inspire, to add gravitas? I mean, does it fit in with the new buildings, or is it really completely inappropriate? It belonged where it was, appropriate where it was, it no longer is. And I bring that up because right now at this time, we're looking at changing the names of pro sports teams. We're looking at equity from a whole different focus. We're looking at the statues being rethought around the city. What is offensive to different people? Who are the real constituents? Are they the people who are incarcerated there and their family members? I mean, is the intent to inspire that group? Is it really just about those who live on the same block, which I strongly disagree with? I don't think living in proximity gives you any more importance in the thought process than somebody who has a different interaction with the environment.
Yay. Thank you, Betty.
Well, Betty, the problem is they're not even giving us an opportunity to opine on any of that. right? There's no public design process that they put in for a discussion of the art. It's all behind closed doors on what they think. So there's no opportunity at the moment to ask either, the people who will potentially be in those jails, the people who potentially work in those facilities, nor the community. They've not set up any kind of potential to have a dialogue on the public art.
And I think maybe that's what the therefore be it resolved is. Time to discuss what really is the purpose of the art. That we agree with restoring and doing something with what exists, but for what is appropriate for the new jails and how is thought out, that process needs to be really explored.
Okay, thank you, Miss Betty. And Sting. I see any other hands up? I see no other hands up. So knowing what we're voting on, Diana, you have the notes for the therefore be it resolved, so you can tweet that back to us so we can vote.
Yeah, I'll do my best. There was a lot of comments about maximum preservation of the art and restoration. And if it hasn't been mentioned yet, I think specifying the distress over how the art has deteriorated over the years is important and relevant to be included. That the artist should be considered and included in the discussions, comment on the lack of engagement, and that the community hasn't been consulted, the issues with the design build process. Again, none of the art should be destroyed, the history of the art pieces and the commentary that we heard from the artist directly, that the process for the art should be consistent with the dismantling and that the art should be preserved to whatever extent possible or to every extent. And then Betty's comments about the purpose of the art and how it's appropriate for the new jail.
I think we also need to put in there something about inclusion of the artists, the community, both those who work, utilize, and live, to be part of the determination on the art. There were several calls for the art to be relocated within CB1.
If it's going to be relocated in CB1.
Remain within CB1.
Or I think really more appropriately that neighborhood, because we're right on the border with CB1 and CB3, and I think that art was intended to integrate with the neighborhood, which may expand across the street into CB3.
Yeah,
I don't know, that's what I would say.
We also got written testimony from the Asian American Art Center about this as well, which gives shape to it. Again, they should be at the table to be able to have a dialogue about this. And also all the detailed notes of how they refused to delay, how they were not timely with the community board process, how this was rushed, and the whole process was rushed, I think is really important to be in there as well.
And Tammy, I think consistent with dismay at how the art was not preserved and maintained when it was there, I think we should indicate that the public art that is part of any new project there should be maintained and respected. So both a prospective request as well as dismay at what happened in the past.
Yep, we definitely need additional time. All right.
I would like to just add to what Jeff is saying. This is Richard. That we would I think we should demand a plan from them for preservation of the art instead of just a promise.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I think that's a really fair ask, considering that we've gotten we have no confidence level in any of the promises that have been made because we can't even get a timely engagement. So yes, agreed.
I would also add, Tammy, the very interesting fact that there are only, according to someone, 2% for art pieces in Chinatown. I thought that was sort of in the history.
It was 1% of the whole, so it was 83 million for all.
No, I don't mean the price. I meant there are 2 pieces that form part of the 1% for art program in Chinatown. That there were only 2, and they're now leaving.
That is very relevant, especially. for public art. Okay. I think with that, if everybody is good, do I hear a call the question?
Tammy, just a quick thing, and maybe I missed it because I got distracted for a second. Was there any talk about what Alice was saying about the delay, or do delay it? And then with community engagement, certainly this is speaking to art, but it's more than just the art. We want community engagement for everything, right?
Yes, this is specifically to the PDC application because that's what we're voting on tonight. We're going to vote on that for the Sally Port, and we're going to vote on that for the art. We are asking for more public transparency and engagement on the whole thing, which they have promised us would come after the contracts are signed, which is lovely. But then it begs the question: why are you here before the contracts are signed? Why can't we see it all together?
Yeah, exactly. It's like once the contracts are signed, there's going to be really little input.
It's death by 1,000 cuts this way.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Do I hear a call to question? And
Yeah, I just want to make sure the 4 points I sent you, Tammy, that I said out loud are part of this. The part about the tombs also is in there. Thanks.
I call the question.
I second it, right? Is that fair?
Second.
Perfect. I don't know if Mimi, are you roll calling today?
I am going to roll call today.
Okay, remember, roll call means when you're asked for your vote, you say your last name and your vote for the record. And let's rock as quick as we can. Otherwise, I'm going to play the music of Rosa and I going down the slide again.
All right, Amoruso.
Yes.
Thank you. Alice Blank.
Blank, yes.
Yes, thank you. Brown Kennedy. Brown Kennedy.
She's excused.
All right. Cameron.
Cameron, yes.
Cameron, yes. Cassell.
Cassell, yes. And I'd like to see the slide again.
Cassell, yes. Colley.
Colley, yes.
Yes. Chang.
Chang votes yes.
Yes, thank you. Chapman.
Chapman, yes.
Yes, thank you. Charkoudian. Charkoudian. All right, moving on. Cole.
Cole votes yes.
I think her parents were like.
Cole, yes, thank you. Coleman.
Coleman's a yes. Thank you.
Coleman, yes, thank you. Corman.
Corman, yes. Corman, yes.
Corman, yes, thank you. Kucha.
Yes.
Kucha, yes, thank you. Curtis. All right, Curtis.
Curtis, yes.
Yes, thank you. Airman.
Airman, yes.
Airman, yes, thank you. Flores. Flores. All right. Flynn, yes, thank you.
Eric is here, but because so many people were unmuted and it was echoing, I started going through ahead of you and muting them. So Eric Flores is here. I just muted him.
All right, Eric.
All right.
Flores.
Flores, yes.
Flores, yes. All right. Forsberg.
Forsberg, yes.
Yes, thank you. Francoeur.
Francoeur, yes.
Thank you. Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Yes, thank you. Froman. Froman. All right. Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Yes, thank you. Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Froman,
Grant.
yes.
Oh, Froman, yes. All right.
Yes, I'm on the phone, so I'm sorry for the delay.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, appreciate it. All right, Grant. Grant. All right. Gupta.
Gupta, yes.
Gupta, yes. Gupta, yes.
Somebody's echoing. Is that me?
I think it's Joseph Lerner.
I got
Okay. I'm just gonna put my headphones on really fast, lightning fast.
And I'm muting everybody as if they're.
Okay, I just put my headphones
Learner,
on.
yes.
Learner, yes. You know, I don't know. Did I go by Learner already?
You have not.
Okay, well, I'll get there eventually. James?
James, yes.
Thank you. Joyce?
Joyce, yes.
Thank you. Kay?
Kay, yes.
Thank you. Cannell?
Cannell, yes.
Thank you. Kettering?
Kettering, yes.
Thank you. Coppell? Coppell? All right. Lamory?
Lamory, yes.
Thank you. Lerner? One more time. I think he said yes.
He said yes.
Yeah, he's using the phone, so it may take him a second to unmute.
Okay, no worries. Got you, Joseph. Lerner. Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Thank you. Lynn? Lynn?
Bernard.
All right, come back around. Mahoney?
Mahoney, yes.
Yes. McHugh? McHugh? All righty. Meltzer?
Meltzer, yes, and reminds Ford to vote.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you vote as well? I think you
Yeah,
said
yeah.
yourself. Okay.
No, I got it. Myhawk? Myhawk?
Absent.
All right. Moore?
Moore, yes.
Thank you. Mullen?
Mullen, yes.
Excellent. Welcome. Schneck? Bob? Schneck? All right. Star?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Jimmy Sung? Jimmy Sung? No. Vera Sung?
Very yes.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
So, yes.
Jimmy, yes. All right. Thank you so much. Townley.
What? Yeah.
Is that Townley?
Okay.
I think that was Bob Schnack, actually.
Oh, Bob, you here?
Yes.
Would you like to vote
Nick
for
votes
this?
yes.
All right. Yes. Townley? All right. Weinstock?
Excused.
All right. Z? Z? No. You?
You, yes.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Seltzer?
Zelter abstain.
All right. And all right, is there anybody, should I go back through everybody that is missing, or what do we think?
No, I think you're good.
All righty. Thanks, everybody.
Let's roll. All right. Thank you very much. Maybe we're going to go to executive committee. I am super fast. We have two resolutions. One, if you had the opportunity to go to the diversity, inclusion, and equity training, this is a resolution to go to the new Manhattan Borough President to ask them to fund that for as mandatory for all community board members and to host it a couple times a year. So everyone can at least get into it once. I think it's non-controversial. Reforming open meeting laws to allow for remote quorum and voting beyond January 15th. Again, pretty much thinking that's a slam dunk. So I'd like to take them both together unless anybody has any objections to that. Hearing no objections, I'm going to, and seeing no hands, can I get a call for a question? Oh, Eric. Eric has, dang it. Eric, you have your hand up?
Yes. My question is that, I found the training informative. If they could just be mindful that because these trainings occur during, Monday to Friday during normal work hours, if they can be within, a range of, let's say, noon to 2 p.m. That's my only request, because sometimes there were training sessions and I couldn't get out of it. You know, I couldn't participate because of work. Just want to add that comment. And
We
also
can-
maybe some notification, because there were one or two that they just let us know like the day before, so it was impossible to participate.
I mean, did we ask that it would be recorded also or available to watch later?
Yes, we did. It's a sponsor. I know it was there. Let's see. Yes, understanding sessions would be recorded so that a second or third day of trainings might be offered for those who are unable to make the first session, which then offers us the most amount of flexibility. Any other hands? I did hear Mark.
Are we doing a roll call on this?
We are not. I'm going to take them together.
All right. I'm a no on one.
Okay, gotcha. No problem. So let me take these together, knowing where Mark is on the first, because Mariama called the question. I'm going to second it, so in essence of time. So if I hear no, if I do not hear, you will be assumed as a yes vote. Amaruso is no on 1, a yes on 2. So let's call for any other.
I'm a yes on 2.
Yes, I said that. Are there any other no's for either 1 or 2? Are there any abstentions? Are there any recusals? Motion passes. Thank you so much. And landmarks, Jason, take us away.
Hi, guys. We had one application for this 55 North and Moore Street. The application is just to actually replace some non-original storefront infill. That's the item that can't be approved at staff. There wasn't anything there, it seemed, existing that was important for original. So they're going to install a brand new set of doors all the way on the right side of that image and actually move the location of the door from the left side to the right side. And then they're going to clean up the fire shutters. So we thought it was something that should be approved unanimously, and we wrote a favorable resolution.
Please go back to the existing condition slide. Thank you.
Jason, I don't see any hands up. I know Bruce is looking through that slide again. I don't, do you have any, I take that back. Betty K? Betty, you have a question? Go ahead, Betty.
It looks very inaccessible. I was just wondering, are they going to change it, or is there a back door or something that's?
It looks inaccessible because the fire shutters are closed in that picture. So
it's a step up.
You kind of see if you zoom into, let's call it, I don't know, let's call it 4 bays, right? Those 4 bays, you have fire shutters, then you have fire shutters with a transom that's staying, then you have fire shutters with a transom that's staying, and then you have fire shutters all closed in this picture. Now, all those fire shutters have the ability to be pinned back or opened and folded into each other. And when they do that, they're going to strip them and clear coat them so they kind of have a rusty patina to them, like those that are outside of Isimiyaki's storefront. So if you know that storefront right across the street from this to the south, it's very much what they want it to look like there.
No, I'm asking about the stairs. I don't really care about the windows.
Well, the stairs are not changing. It's not an application for that.
Right.
It's just
What I'm
for
saying is they're
storefront
doing work and they're
replacement.
still not going to make it accessible at all.
It's not within the scope, Betty. I'm meaning that, I'm sorry, Jason, it's Vicky Cameron. It's not within the scope. They're not changing means of egress. And so we weren't asked to comment on that.
Still says the community board, that's shameful.
Well, I mean, we can comment on it. I didn't know if
Please
it's,
do,
if that's
because
contentious.
there are multiple blocks that I can't go into one single business or residence in. That shouldn't be existing 31 years after the ADA.
Well, Betty, we should,
Not
we should,
one place.
Betty,
and
we
then
should
not
also
even
be
a
careful
mention.
to make sure that I don't know, I don't see in this whole picture, and I don't know enough about the building, and since it didn't come up, it very well may be accessible. This could be to a ramp. I don't know that. So let's just first make sure. And then, of course, this tenant should be, I agree, we should put them on notice that we really want new businesses to find it in their budgets to make their new storefronts accessible. I don't know if I would go as far to say that we wouldn't approve of the restoration or replacement work that they're proposing, if that works for you.
No, that's true. 'Cause I think legally there's nothing you can do. That's a shame on the city, and that needs to be another resolution, that they allow this to continue.
Betty,
But at least a mention, because otherwise you can't talk about equity because you don't believe in equity.
Okay, so.
Right.
All right, so Betty's suggesting a friendly amendment that there is a whereas that says, whereas this was not part of this application, consideration should be made to ensure that stores are accessible.
But Tammy, the code says that if the application does not interfere or request or require in the application an ADA access, then the applicant doesn't have to write or doesn't have to comply because they're not changing anything. While it may be exactly as what Betty says, if they don't change anything, then according to the code, they don't have to apply or question the ADA accessibility. It may be terrible, but that's the way the code says today.
We understand what the code says, but I think the point is whether or not Community Board 1 would like to see the applicant ensure ADA accessibility.
I agree with you.
So whether it's not in the code, I think that's what Betty's asking, is that we should opine on.
I'm gonna take it back and say, okay, can we just work on some sort of statement that applies to these scenarios that shouldn't go overlooked and not directed at this particular space? And then let's just move on. Let's just make sure we have something that we all agree on going forward for now.
Tammy, I'm just going to jump in real briefly here and say that I believe that there is a wheelchair lift at this location. I'm
What I
on
was going to say,
Google
that's
Maps
true.
currently.
Yeah.
There is a wheelchair lift at this
Exactly.
location.
There's a handicap
Back to what I said
accessible
in the beginning. The
Correct.
picture doesn't really show the whole thing. The
Correct.
facts are this. Let's move on this actual case, and I think I'm happy to work forward with Vicky and anybody else who wants, so that we have something that we can put in the end of our whereases that where it does apply, where it is a shame.
Lucian has a very good solution for you on that. And with that note, I'm going to say let's, since this is ADA accessible, let's call the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
I second it.
All right, so we'll do the same. Mimi, take it away.
Sure. Yeah. Any opposed? Any recusals? Does anybody abstain?
Emerson abstains.
Amaruso abstains.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you very much, Vicky. And
God bless you all.
I forgot to say to happy
you,
holidays. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Laura, Patrick, let's roll.
Okay. So I'm going to do the first item because Patrick needs to recuse himself. This is for a 195 application for the World Trade Center police squad to move closer to the World Trade Center, and the best place they could find happens to be the parking for it. They want to move 24 cars into a parking garage that is actually in Patrick's building. That's why he's recused. Anyway, so we had a big discussion about this. Basically, everybody was really happy, and on the committee seemed happy that they were moving downtown. That was seen as a boon. There was concern about the cars and the impact of potential placard cars in the neighborhood. So actually, I just realized. So anyway, that's why the resolution has a lot of caveats about, yes, we're, accepting that you're moving down here, but there's a lot of just caveats about the private vehicles and how to manage that. So it was unanimously approved by the board, by the committee. So can we call the question?
I just have one thing that's not there that we talked about, which was maybe it is there, I couldn't find it. The desire to make sure that we ask that the spaces that are being freed up, that are going to 80 Cliff or whatever the other location is, sorry, be, that the placard parking in front of the first precinct on Barrack, then we try to reduce them there so that we're not just simply getting more everywhere. In other words, if they're taking whatever number of cars from the first precinct,
Okay,
then
so do you want to
open a placard.
do a friendly amendment for that, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a friendly amendment because we did talk about it during the meeting that it should be therefore be it resolved that the Department of Transportation and NYPD reduce the number of placard parking permits for the location surrounding the Erickson, the original building, by the number of cars and placards that are moving.
Okay, so with that, are there any more questions? Okay, can we?
Yep, Mimi, take it away.
All right. Does anybody oppose? Any abstain or recusals?
Motion passes unanimously.
Sweet.
Great. And now I hand it over to my committee chair, Patrick.
Thanks, Laura.
Sorry, Patrick. I just want to be very clear. Are you recused from that vote or just from chairing?
I am. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I should have spoken up.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, as a quick lesson for other chairs, what we had to do in this situation, because Laura was unable to chair for the entirety of what we knew was going to be a long land use meeting, we actually adjourned the meeting briefly and then resumed the meeting, which COIB blessed as a way to deal with the issue of not being able to chair the entire meeting because I was recused from one item. So anyway, all right. Borough-based jail, we had a presentation from various city agencies on a public design commission application for installation of a temporary sally port, which is effectively a garage that the Department of Correction would use to unload detainees at the MDC site for appearances at the Manhattan Criminal Court, while the 124, 125 White Street site is being, I don't know, dismantled, demolished, whatever. The new Sally Port, temporary though it may be, would more or less be smacked onto the side of the beautiful court building that's there. It's very bulky and sticks out into the sidewalk quite a bit. That's as much as we could figure out from the limited presence that you see right there. There's a depiction of how far it's, that blue sort of L-shaped thing is what sticks out into the public sidewalk and what everybody knows is an already crowded sidewalk and street anyway. There were a lot of concerns about safety from the buses that have to sort of do a hairpin turn to get into that garage to begin with. But again, this is the limited information we were able to get from this presentation, which didn't include a lot of detailed drawings, didn't include floor plans, didn't include a lot of other things we would have expected to have seen. So much like with the public art installation issues, we came to the conclusion that one, the January 18th, I think it is, 2022 Public Design Commission meeting hearing rather for this item should be postponed so that the community board can get a fuller presentation. But barring that, based on the limited information that we have, we're fully opposed to it. And that's how the resolution reads. Any questions?
Oh, no.
Good.
Let's do hands up. If we have, I know that we do have a friendly amendment that was sent. Well, two things. I see hands coming, so that's good. One, I want to point for the record, I'm going to go first, that we need to put in here exactly when we received all the information, because it was this afternoon after close of business. That is not even ridiculously within the realm of what it's supposed to be. So all of the detail of that has to go directly in there.
Yeah.
Do Mimi, Alice, Colin, go.
What is a Sally port?
It's a, how best to describe it? It's a security device that is sort of between 2 points, and it controls access in and out. It can be one of those turntables like you see on Wall Street. It can be, in this case, a fully enclosed structure that's a garage.
So they're building a garage there?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Patrick,
that's a lot.
Patrick, can I just add? A Sally port is where prisoners are brought to the hearing. And so it's a secure location where prisoners from the van or whatever they're doing gets brought into the court for the hearing on that day.
So this isn't like a temporary tent, or it's not like at the New York Stock Exchange they had the temporary tent for a while too.
No, it'll be
this is like a real thing.
Years.
It'll be a glass and steel structure, or I guess not glass and steel. That would be unsecured, but
So they haven't. So no pictures of it or anything.
there was a description of some of the materials they intended to use. It's very bland. Beyond that, there you go. There's a picture of it.
Okay.
It's not very remarkable.
It removes all the trees and everything that's up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just seems
It
shocking.
leaves you like 24 inches to maneuver about the sidewalk. All right, Tammy, can you help me out? I'm on my phone and I can't see hands.
After Mimi is
Thanks.
Alice, and then Colin. Alice.
Okay, I had sent through numerous times to Diana and you all some of the amendments, so you have them in writing, but I'll go through them. I guess it's there's two amendments that I've suggested. One reads, the Sally Port's proposed location is directly in front of the North Tower of the New York Criminal Court Building, a New York State National Registry eligible building, determined to merit landmark review by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission in 2019. An additional whereas to read, the proposed Sally Port is 16 feet 11 inches high and will obscure a portion of the north entry to the criminal court, the windows on the ground floor, the ground level of the North Tower, and will incorporate over a quarter of the interior space in the north entrance hall to the court. On the second to last, or I'm sorry, I don't know where it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up from the bottom. I would be very specific as to what was missing from the presentation, so I might have it read, the presentation to community included no architectural site plan, architectural floor plan, or architectural details. And lastly, the third warehouse from the bottom, CB1 members and members of the public did not support the design of the interim Sally Port itself, noting that it was bland, sad, depressing. These are the words that were used, and that in no way, and this is where I add, and in that no way respected the context and beauty of the criminal courthouse that serves as its backdrop.
Okay, fine. All accepted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, very much. Colin, you're next.
I was just going to move to limit debate, but if there's no one after me, then no need.
There are 3 people after you, so what is your
limit debate to 10 minutes?
Accepted as chair. Okay, moving on. Anything else, Colin?
Let's keep the last 3 under 10 minutes too. Let's beat Colin at this.
Woo. All right, Vicky, Betty, and then I have a question for Alice on her amendment based on.
Thank you, Tammy. I was just going to reiterate my point that because we're seeing the requirements of the dimensions of the Sally Port, it is again reinforcing the idea that this is an inappropriate proposition for this location. We're seeing that the requirements of this enormous structure that obstructs the sidewalk, not only where the Sally Port is, but ahead of it where the trucks or vehicles that bring the prisoners come in, required to go ahead and then reverse into the Sally Port. Our idea was that this is once again reinforcing that this is an inappropriate location for this overall jail in this location. Thank you.
Also, Tammy, can you, I think it'd be helpful for the public to see the rendering that comes before this one. I think if it can be pulled up, it's just a very interesting, no, I guess it's,
Actually,
the
that's
one looking,
interesting.
that one. I find that in quite,
Alice, I want to move
okay,
us
sorry.
along. It's 9:32.
Okay, I just thought
Sorry.
you should see that. It's completely inaccurate.
Who is next? Who is after Vicky?
Betty.
It's Betty. I can make this fairly brief. Once again, in the with an eye toward equity, if you look, I can't go into these buildings. Let me tell you, I have treated a lot of ex-cons. Because of gangbang activity, a lot of them are wheelchair users. They need to get into these buildings. To be told you can't get in, I did jury duty. They had to look to find a building I could even get into. And when they did, some of them only had one bathroom in the whole place that was accessible. So some of these things have to be mentioned. I know they're peripheral to some of the things, but it's been 31 years. Equity has to come in, and we have a lot of it in the Civic Center and other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Betty, I think that friendly amendment needs to go in here too, because there was no presentation on ADA accessible access for not only the people who are coming for jurors, but for the inmates. There was no conversation or dialogue about that at all. So that should be a friendly amendment.
Okay, accepted. Tammy, you were, I think, next.
So that's Betty, that's Collins.
And Patrick, include family members.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is in the borough-based jail points of agreement with the neighborhood. There is an entire section about preservation of the sidewalk and the trees. I believe that this, unless I'm missing something, removes all of that.
All right. Then this is in violation of that then. So that needs to be mentioned as well.
And I'd like to add, pursuant to kind of the conversation what we're having with Betty, or around the description of the space on the sidewalk, is make it significant reduction, because the accessibility for this building, especially in rush hour, they don't show buses, they don't show any of the traffic in the normal pathway. I mean, you look at this, it looks like a 3 o'clock on a, Sunday. It's not the way that street looks during the week.
Right. That's a very, very good point. Okay.
Eric, you is last hand up, I believe, because we have 4 minutes left in the limit of debate.
Yeah, hi. This rendering doesn't show that Center Street will become a 1 lane for traffic, because the last meeting last 2 meetings ago, they were going to make a bike lane, right? So it's only going to be 1 lane of through traffic. And then if there's going to be a Sally Port, there'll be, look, I don't know the right term, prison buses, coming in and out. Won't that create traffic jams?
Absolutely.
We have not seen a traffic study, and I believe that's in the resolution that we asked to see the traffic impacts, and we don't have one.
They did actually show one during the meeting. They pulled one up, and it's in the package that Diana forwarded. If you just move through the pages, you'll get to it. It shows a street plan, floor plan. It also includes the accessible ramp that was just referred to earlier by Betty as well. Flips through these.
Let's try and go forward through that so we can understand.
It would block the entire road if there's also a bicycle lane being put in there.
I don't see one.
Rosa, if you're talking about the updated slides, we didn't have time to put it in. This is what, as it was presented at the land use
Oh
committee.
yeah, I'm talking about what you sent just before this meeting. It says page 28.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, if not, I can. Unfortunately, on the vehicular circulation plan that they presented, there are no bike lanes shown at all on here. So I'm not sure what they were working with, but it does show that it would turn Center Street for Bay 1.
I would just say this. I don't think we need to bother or waste our time now interpreting what they sent at 5:30 something tonight. They can come back in January and present it if they really want to be good partners. But it seems to me they haven't, by the time this resolution was adopted in the committee, at the committee level, they had not presented even basic information, and that's what our resolution reads. I don't want to put anything in our resolution that then interprets whatever they belatedly sent to us, other than to maybe mention it.
Agreed.
Okay. So with that, we'll make mention of the belated slides with potentially additional information, and that they should come back and present on this. So with that, are there any other questions?
I see none.
Great.
Call the
Call the question. Thank you, Colin.
Second.
Awesome. Any opposed? Any abstain? Any recusals? All right, unanimous. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. We also had an update on 5 World Trade Center, but Tammy touched on the headline takeaways about upcoming dates in January, and you'll be hearing more about that in the community board newsletter. That's it.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays, Patrick. Happy holidays,
too.
Laura. And Laura kicked butt job on the Battery Playscape, so just have to do a shout out for Laura on that one as well. All right, quality of life, Pat.
Got the two Pats together. So we had DDC come in to talk about all the projects they're working on and they will be working on. Worth Street, Trinity Place, Vestry Street, Brown Street, Greenwich Street, Nessa, and West Broadway. And if you're really interested in all the details, I think you should go onto our YouTube station and, listen to what they have to say. They'll be back in February. And so if you have any issues, please come to our February meeting to talk to them. Other than that, we did not have the update from the public safety. So Officer Nelson didn't come this month. We'll ask him to come next month. Changing of the meeting date, so far no one's opposed to it. So Quality of Life is going to start meeting on the Wednesday before the executive committee. We're going to switch days, Wednesday and Thursday. We have 2 resos. One is, you heard earlier from Esther Riegelson. EDC asked the committee and the CB1 to say that we did not object to neighborhood cats putting out shelters. So you'll see that reso. It's nothing controversial as far as I know. We can vote on that one, and then I'll have I think Mariama and Jill should talk about the World Trade Center 5 reso. So can we vote on the neighborhood cats reso?
I'll call the question.
I have my hand up.
His hand. I'm getting there.
Mark, you're a cat person.
Yeah,
Mark?
as a lot of you know, I'll be very, very brief and have one quick amendment. As many of you know, I spent a large portion of my life rescuing feral cats, or as we like to call them, community cats. I have several now in my house that have rescued kittens, and one that was TNR'd. For those of you who don't know, TNR is trap, neuter, return. And if you ever see a cat on the street that has one of its ears sliced off, that means that's an indication that was done during the surgery, that they were fixed, spayed, or neutered, and vaccinated. So of course I wholeheartedly support this. And if we can put wherever it says feral cats, we can say feral and community cats or community cats, because that's how we're knowing them now. Feral just has a bad connotation from the past. So we like to call them community cats. We can add that in there. That'd be great.
I don't mind that, but they are called neighborhood cats, but it's fine.
No, Neighborhood Cats is an organization that help. Right, who I work with, they're fantastic over there. They're one of the best in the city. But the definition of a feral cat is now called a community cat.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Accepted.
Okay, so can we?
Call the question. I think I heard Justine second it.
Yep.
So let's rock.
Anybody opposed?
All right. Does anybody oppose? Are there any abstentions? Or any recusals? Awesome.
Okay, so if you can unmute Jill Goodkind and Mariama, they should take it away. They probably have some quick statements about this reso for World Trade Center number 5.
Mariama can unmute herself. She's on, and I think Jill can as well. They're all on as panelists.
Yep, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Okay,
so I would just encourage everyone to support the resolution. We kept it short this time around, but if you do need additional information on what it is we're proposing here, and to a larger extent as well, you can always go on, even right now during the meeting, to affordable5wtc.com, and we have all the information there. But I think this resolution is pretty straightforward, although Jill may have some things to say. Beginning with the fact that I think we took out income restricted as a term and changed it to affordable housing. Jill, you go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. And I just want to note that the electeds who spoke today all acknowledged the importance of 100% affordability. This is a very short, simple reso. We are planning to do a deeper dive into it, but we wanted to get this done in a timely fashion because the public comment period is now currently open on the GPP, on their general plan modifications. Anything to do with the actual modifications in the building falls under land use. So this reso is strictly about affordability. And just once again, to reiterate what Mariama said, it's simple, it's short, it's to the point, and it's timely. And I welcome any questions.
Mind, Mark, is your hand still up, or can I lower it?
What about Vicky Cameron?
I'm getting there. I know how to run the meeting. I promise, guys. All right, Vicky.
I just wanted to ask and agree with the committee that we should visit the idea of affordability, because as far as we heard in our committees, affordability is something that the city requires that we rely on the federal description of affordability. And my opinion, of course, is that affordability should be something that is, let's say, a third of the annual income. Because if we refer only to the federal guidelines, that forces us in New York City to work with someone in Nebraska, and perhaps Nebraska or Kentucky or wherever in the federal guidelines.
Can I just interrupt you? I'm sorry, Vicky.
I'm going to interrupt you to say they've already announced that they will take that topic up.
They'll do a deeper dive.
Meeting. This is one thing. So yes, please go to the Quality of Life meeting in January when they will discuss this.
Because we discussed this in our own meetings, in our own committees, and if that can be taken into consideration, that would be great. Thank you very much.
But I would add that both things can be true, that we do have to follow the federal guidelines, which is the AMI. However, AMI has a range, and while the averages are way out of touch because they take into consideration districts apart from ours, like Westchester and things, you can go pretty low on AMI, which this program or this proposal seeks to do actually, and actually some of the funding mechanisms that have been suggested, such as the project-based Section 8 by Congressman Nadler, require to go lower than the 50% AMI. So, you know, we're looking to do exactly what you just said.
Thank
And I
you,
would
Mama.
say
That's
that
exactly what I was saying.
So we'll discuss it next
Not
month.
going into committee in January. That's
Thank you.
tonight is not the time for this.
Well, no, we discussed this in our own committee, so thank you, Miriam. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Colin.
Two things. One, I just request and move that this be limited to 5 more minutes of debate. And two, as secretary, I request that the board listens to the chair and obeys Robert's rules. And please don't call out only until you're called on, because this is just getting out of control, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Okay, so moving forward, I see dial-in user 917548. Is that you, Joel?
That's Mitch. That's Mitch.
Mitch, you have your hand up. Is it related to this resolution?
Yes. Am I? Should I go now?
You're on. Go, please.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm new to the phone thing. I just stop me if this is already covered. I think. Well, while I agree with 100% affordability, I just saying affordability. Sometimes, like I've seen in the paper recently, affordability $2,700 a month, which is not affordable for most people. So, is there going to be? Can we put in a range of AMI, or is that something that was already discussed?
You, Mitch, but we kind of just discussed that. We will be discussing that in January. This is just a short reso so that we're on the record. We'll go. You'll be at the meeting. We'll go. Mariama and Jill will have a much broader discussion about this.
You can take my hand down. Thank you very much.
Okay. May I just add that
Jill? No.
Okay.
Jill, no, you've got to wait to add because we have to cut down on the cross talk.
Fine.
The chair, if she wants to have you add anything, I'm going to pass that back to Pat because otherwise it starts to become a 360 conversation again.
Real fast, Jill.
No problem.
Go for it.
No, I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you. Bye.
I really would like us to vote on this. This really is important to Lower Manhattan. Mariama, Jill, Pat, everybody on Quality of Life has done an extraordinary amount of work on this. We have had incredible, Jill has a legacy of affordability with Tom on this. And Mariama has worked her butt off at every meeting talking about it, waving a flag. So let's call the question, let's get this moving, and let's do the deeper dive in committee and come up with a plan that works for the community that we can present back.
Second
question.
All right.
Awesome.
Mimi.
Okay. Does anyone oppose? Are there any abstentions?
Kettering abstains.
Mahoney abstains.
Okay.
So that
Kettering.
Kay, Kettering, and Mahoney.
Mahoney abstain. Any recusals?
Hold on a second because I do need to get to Laura, who is in the attendee zone again.
Okay.
So
we have the 3 abstentions, to be clear.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I would like to abstain. It's Laura.
You got it.
Thank
Laura,
you.
what's your last name? I'm sorry.
Star with 2 R's.
Star. All right.
Thank you. Thanks for unmuting me, Tammy.
I'm going to see if we can find a way to get you over.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Everybody, please go to Quality of Life in January when they will be talking about this. And Pat, do you need to do your DDC street construction or public safety, or can we move on?
I'm sorry?
Do you need to do any of the other reports, or can we move on?
No, that's what I said. I think that there's enough, they're in detail. So if you really need to know about any of those projects, and I name them all quickly, you can go to our YouTube channel and you can hear deep discussion about each project. And they'll be back anyway in 2 months. So if there's a project affects you, please come to Quality of Life in February.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Mariama. And thank you, Pat and Justine and everybody else who worked on this. Happy holidays and much more on that to come in January. Licensing, Susan.
All right. I think you have all the resolutions. You also have a letter that we wrote regarding the Tribeca grill that we wrote to the SLA. They had been less than forthcoming, so we wrote a letter regarding their license and their permit for New Year's Eve. And you don't have to vote on that. We sent the letter. And other than the Buddha Bar, which I would like to add a whereas somewhere, that they also have, Mitch and a couple of other people have told me they're putting cones in the road,
Yes.
which is not what they're supposed to be doing. And so I would like to put, Mitch sent some language, which I sent to Lucian and Jen, and I would just like to add that that it prohibits people from parking who live there, and that was not in any of the discussions we had with them. So I would like to that's my amendment to the Buddha Bar, and everything else is pretty simple. So we have a large venue establishment resolution, which we worked on. Thank you, Mariama, and the small committee. And anything over 75 will have certain stipulations they will have to abide to. So that's the first. And these are my resolutions. And then the open restaurants, we sent our comments to Tammy and they're cleaning it up, and we're all fit to be tied, but that's another story. So first, let's do the large venue. Are there any questions on it?
I do not see any hands. With no hands up, are you taking that separate? Can we call the question?
We can call the question.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Vicky Cameron.
Mimi, take it away.
Alrighty. Anybody oppose? Anyone abstain? Any recusals?
Sorry, Mahoney's abstaining.
Mahoney abstain. All right.
He abstains.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you.
Susan, keep going.
So the next are all the resolutions that you have for the 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 4 or 5 liquor licenses. So unless there are any specific questions on them, I'd like to take them all together. And we can call the question and go for it.
One hand up. It's Mitch.
Joel?
I think it's Mitch.
Oh, Mitch, what would you like to say?
And
it's going to take him a second to unmute because he's using the phone.
Okay. And Lucian, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just also wanted to.
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yeah, Mitch, go ahead.
Because I can't look at the screen because I'm on my phone. Susan, is this one of the ones that includes the Governor's Island reso?
Yes.
Or license? Okay, so just one small thing before I make a suggestion. Was the term like a jazz duo just like kind of like an example, or a requirement that there could be no more than 2 in one of the whereases?
It wasn't a requirement, Mitch.
Okay, that's fine. Then I have nothing to say because like sometimes there's been some like numbers put on the amount of musicians, and especially in that area, you know, a trio could be quieter than a single. So I just wanted, as long as it was background music, I was okay. But I wanted to make sure that the word duo was not a requirement, but just a suggestion.
Not at all.
I'm good. Thank you.
Lucian?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that Mitch had a question about that, so he didn't go to vote before that was answered. So all good.
We're good.
So I'd like to have some call the question? Can I call the question?
I'll call the question.
Okay, thank you. A
Second, Francis.
Okay, thanks, Francis.
Mimi, take it away.
Alrighty. Any oppose? Any abstain? Any recusals? Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Have a happy holiday.
Holidays. Paul Goldstein.
Okay, you've already heard about the Battery Playscape. It's beautiful. I urge everyone to check it out. And I also extend kudos to Laura Starr, who played a very key role in designing that beautiful new generation Playscape down at the Battery. Second item is...
Thank you, Paul.
Oh, you're very welcome. And thank you for that
Okay.
park.
Thank you. Okay.
Next, in the good news report of the night is Governor's Island is now open for the first winter ever. So as you can see here on this slide, open 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. They expanded their ferry service. The main highlight of their new opening is a 5,000 square foot skating rink. I guess we could go to the next slide. And this skating rink is open Fridays, noon to 5, weekends 10 to 5, and school holidays. And they're offering it also to organizations, if you know of any leagues that may want to play hockey, etc., put them in touch with the community board and we'll hook them up. And, you know, there are fire pits out there, food, lots of good things to do. So if you'd like to check it out, they're going to do most of these activities through February. And then they'll continue to keep the island open, but I think the skating rink will close at the end of February. And the only other thing they're talking about doing is allowing dogs on Saturdays, which is now supposed to begin not December as the slide says, but they told us January. So that's the news on Governor's Island. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Paul. Happy holidays. Betty K. Transportation. Betty. I see you. We can come back to Betty. We'll have Alice do her environmental report, and then we'll come back to Betty at Transpo, just to move on. Betty.
Okay, so for 250 Water Street, we had a brownfield cleanup review. Representatives from Langen Engineering on behalf of Howard Hughes presented the geotechnical investigation plans for the site you see in front of you. The good news is the investigation is complete and that no further work will need to occur during winter break or beyond. Laura Dodge from Excel Environmental, our community consultant, provided her observations. All this information, including the daily reports, can be accessed at 250bcp.com, as well as the link provided at the chat from Diana. Laura's review of the Langen reports indicate that the community air monitoring did detect some mercury vapor at 3 camp stations and some volatile organics, which were not terribly consequential in her mind, but is something that she'll be looking at very carefully during the test pit excavation and the larger soil remediation. Laura is waiting now for the draft remedial design work plan, and there will be an update once this is reviewed. Heidi Dudick from DEC is working on scheduling this now. Additionally, I want to mention that Howard Hughes has assured us that a representative from or affiliated with the Landmarks Preservation Commission will be on hand for the next phase of the work, lest any archaeological finds are unearthed during the next phase of excavation. And we're very pleased, as you heard, that the working group has begun. You see in front of you the press release, which identifies all the different groups that have been invited to join. The last piece of this is the 5 World Trade Center environmental assessment. We heard from Toby Giassimi from ESD, Rachel Schatz, and Aram Quadri. Unfortunately, we received what I fear was unanimously considered a woefully incomplete, frustrating, and unsatisfactory presentation with regard to the environmental conditions and concerns on 5 World Trade Center. It was hoped and assumed the public would be presented with an understanding of the current criteria and findings of the EA, but this was not the case. Nothing was mentioned about the environment. In fact, like issues concerning quality of life, impacts, open space, shadows, land use, transportation, and the like. Rather, a great deal of time was given over to scheduling, timing, history, and methodologies used. We learned surprisingly that the final EAS on the site was produced in 2004, and that the modification of the building's plan to go from commercial to residential mixed use was what triggered the new environmental assessment review. It was sobering to learn that a building of this scale to be constructed in the floodplain after Superstorm Sandy would not have been reviewed 18 years after its initial design, but for this modification to becoming a mixed-use facility. Anyway, we're assured that by the presenting team from ESD that all aspects of the EIS were reviewed again, and the EA is available on the ESD website, which Diana will provide. And lastly, please be reminded, this is the time to speak up. We're now in the open public comment period on the finding of no significant impact and the modifications of the general project plan. There's a public hearing on January 12th with comments accepted until February 15th. So please send Diana and me all your comments so that we can compile this into a resolution to be, or a letter to be provided. Thanks. And happy holidays.
Thank you, Alice. Happy holidays. Betty, are you back?
Yeah, well, yes, no, I was on mute, so sorry. You didn't hear me. I did present. You just missed it. Anyway, I'm going to just talk about the 2 resolutions.
Mariama had her hand up, and my apologies. I missed you. I was looking. Mariama, did you have something?
Tammy. I just wanted to say to Alice, thank you all for always having such an educational presentation and committee meeting. I feel like I'm going to school if I listen to your meeting. I wanted to really seriously, I wanted to add that the environmental impact study is way outdated, and it fails to consider the racial and socioeconomic implications, ramifications of a 75% luxury tower in a segregated community such as ours, which is like urgently in need of diversity, particularly of Indigenous, Afro, and Hispanic communities.
Mariama, thank you so much for bringing that up. Mariama gave a fabulous analysis of that, which I asked for as a document, which I'd like to include in part in the resolution. So thanks for pointing that out, Mariama.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mariama, so that will end up going in our resolution in January that we will pass at the full board and be
Much appreciate it.
Bob Schneck.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that environmental statement was so bad that it should be disqualifying. That they, I mean, if I were a school teacher, I'd send them home and make them rewrite it. I think that it isn't even close to meeting the needs of the community as they are now, and I think that it's not even right. And people I've spoken to about it have called some parts of it simply preposterous. So we shouldn't accept that level of work, and it should really be enough to send them back to the field to redo it, in my opinion.
Well, and I hope you will show up in January for environmental to be a part of that conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Really good points you raised at the meeting too.
Okay, seeing no more hands, Betty, take us away. And this time, please be off mute.
Yeah, I am. If you could, in the future, the home rule. What I thought, go to the next. This is fine. I put down the therefore be it resolved so that people can be reminded of exactly what this entails, of what they're voting on. And this was looking at the fact that we and nobody else in New York State has local control over their traffic enforcement cameras. Everything has to come out of Albany. So this is merely asking, as de Blasio has already asked, for please to get state legislation that allows New York City to set its how its own traffic cameras are used. Deborah Glick has submitted legislation and may be trying it again. So any discussion?
I see not one hand. I like that. So,
Great.
oh
Then
no,
vote.
Eric has a hand up. Sorry.
Yeah. New York City already has de facto local control of traffic cameras.
No,
There
it
are
doesn't.
900
It does
well,
not.
but we have 950 of them, and they can be
Do
taken
not.
place within a quarter mile of a school. That gives us pretty much the ability to place them wherever we want. There's a school in every neighborhood. Also, traffic cameras only target law-abiding citizens. The real scofflaws currently cover, alter, or remove their license plates, or they use fake license plates. The NYPD needs to physically enforce speed limits and reckless driving, as well as ensuring all aspects of public safety. And I think we should install speed humps and other traffic calming designs. All right, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
But I thought I remind people that's counter to what the DOT says. So anyway, this is the vote. This is what you're voting on.
All right. So with seeing no other questions, seeing no other hands, can we call the question? Can I get a second?
Second.
Mimi?
Yep. All right. Any oppositions? Does anybody oppose this?
Mahoney is a hard no.
Mahoney.
Eric,
Anyone else?
Eric Yu is a no.
Anyone else?
Blank is abstain.
Cole abstains.
Galloway
Forsberg-
abstains.
Forsberg abstains.
Sung abstains.
Wait a second. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna say the abstentions out loud, and then when I don't say your name, you mind saying it. I got Blank, Cole, Forsberg. Anybody else?
Star
Corman
Star
abstains.
Star abstains.
Star,
Galloway.
Corman,
All right, hold on.
Galloway.
Sorry.
Mimi, call
Yeah.
it. You're going to have to roll call it at this
All
point.
right. All right. We're roll calling. Hold on for a second. For home roll. All right. Amaruso.
And there's no second call. Just keep going.
All right. Blank.
Sorry, Blank abstains.
All right. Cameron.
Yes, Cameron, yes.
All right. Cassell. All right. Colley. I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry, Cassell abstain.
Cassell abstain. Okay. Colley. All right. Chang.
Chang abstains.
Abstains. Chapman.
Chapman, yes.
Yes. Cole.
Cole abstains.
Abstains. Coleman.
Yes.
Yes. Corman.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kucha.
Yes.
Yes. Curtis.
Curtis, yes.
Yes. Airman. All right. Flores.
Flores, yes.
Yes. Flynn opposes. Forsberg.
Forsberg abstains.
Abstain. Franker.
Franker's a yes.
Yes. Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Froman.
Froman abstains.
Abstains. Galloway.
Galloway abstains.
Abstains. Goldstein.
Goldstein abstain.
Abstain. Gupta.
Gupta abstains.
Abstain. James.
James, yes.
Yes. Joyce. All right. Kay.
Yes.
Yes. Cannell.
Cannell, yes.
Kettering.
Kettering, yes.
Lamory.
Lamory abstains.
Thanks. Lerner? All right. Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Yes. All right. Mahoney?
Mahoney, no. Violation of the Seventh Amendment.
No. Melter?
Yes.
Yes. Moore?
More yes.
Mullen?
Mullen, abstain.
Abstain. Schneck?
Schneck votes yes.
Yes. Star?
Abstain.
Abstain. Jimmy Sung?
Jimmy Sung abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Vera Sung?
Vera abstain.
Vera abstain. You?
You, no.
Opposes. Zelter?
Zelter, yes.
Yes. All right, and I'm gonna go back and say again. Amoruso? All right. Colley? All right. Ehrman? Okay. Are we still, do we have enough people for this? Joyce?
We should.
Yeah, it looks like we do. All right.
But I believe can you do a vote count? Because I think the motion failed due to the abstentions.
Yeah, Joe, are you still there? Lerner?
Mike.
All right.
He's here, but I don't know why he's not voting.
Yeah, I feel like there's people that are here that don't know we're actually doing a roll call.
Yep.
All right. So in favor is 17, opposed is 3, abstain is 15. So
So unless
Motion
Joe
fails.
motion
yeah,
fails.
unless somebody else wants to vote. Yeah.
Alrighty. Moving on through agendas. Betty, do we have anything else?
There's one more resolution.
I just want to say that Tricia, I think, is having a problem unmuting herself. She chatted to me a vote, but I don't think that we're tendering votes via chat.
That doesn't count.
It doesn't. She has to unmute herself. I mean, she could try putting it in the chat, but that really doesn't work. It has to be oral vote for everybody to see. Much as if we're in.
Can she call in?
She can. If you want to leave we can leave the vote open until Betty finishes reports and see if Joe and Tricia can figure out how to their audiovisual issues. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so close. I think that would be fair to do that.
Yep. So Tricia, I'm gonna ask if you can do the dial-in version so you can be unmuted to vote, and we'll see. Hopefully, Joe Lerner is able to unmute as well because he had, as we all know, hearing issues.
I shall try.
Okay. All right, so let's leave the vote open and have Betty do the other reports, please.
Yes, it's just another resolution. So in fact, Tricia might want to respond to both at the same time for the same call. And with this one, yes, we had a city bike presentation about adding more stations, but it turns out the discussion was very focused. It was very focused about people being very annoyed about bicycles on the sidewalks. So you'll see that's really what this is about. And asking the DOT to not place city bike stations on the sidewalks in our district without compelling justification, to position the docks when possible near bike lanes with the bikes positioned toward the lane, again, to get them off the sidewalks as much as possible, and to place international signage at all stations to inform and emphasize that bike riding is not permitted on the sidewalks. So it's a pretty narrow resolution, and it's written to what really bothered people.
Oh, I was raising my hand, sorry.
I'm looking at hands up. There's a dial-in user ahead of you, and Gerald, and then Alice. So dial-in user 212-285. I think that's Mitch. Mitch, while you're getting yourself ready.
Star 6 to unmute. Star 6 to unmute.
Okay, Gerald, you go.
Can I ask that Alice go first?
Alice?
Sorry, I just read it again, and it says to not play city bike stations. I read it wrong. All set. Thank you. Nothing.
Gerald?
Okay, that in that case, two friendly amendments. One would be to not place city bike stations on sidewalks and to remove existing city bike docks from the sidewalks. And then the second one would be to place international signage at all stations to inform and emphasize that bike riding is not permitted on sidewalks. I would take it a step further and request that this program, as we go to less and less vehicles, more bikes, that this program be expanded to include signage, better. I'm trying to think how to phrase this, but better signage on the bikes themselves, as well as better signage throughout the city. I mean, if we can have a stop sign for a vehicle, we can have some sort of signage on sidewalks. I mean, my God, now every retail establishment under the sun seems to be actually spray painting stuff on sidewalks now. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's a big circle painted on the sidewalk itself that says no bikes. I mean, I literally this week again, I had a run in over at Target where a guy ran into me, and I just turned to him and I said, listen, this is a sidewalk. It's not a bike lane. And of course he told me to fuck off. Well, it's New York, but it's bad,
So your amendment is to remove ones that are on existing sidewalks, correct?
Correct. And also to expand this notion of signage for bicyclists. I don't know what it is, but it has to be something that's on a sidewalk that says no bicyclists allowed on the sidewalk.
This is about city bikes. If you're talking about private bicycles, this does not include them.
Good point. City bikes seems to be the big, but good point. All right.
This was going on record after City Bike came to us about placement for a fill-in.
Right. Yeah, that's a DOT issue. You're absolutely right, Betty. Nevertheless, I think one of the topics that came up was actually having it on the bicycle itself, and I think they mentioned that it was on the bicycle.
It is on the bicycle.
But it needs to be clearer. And City Bike has the as a program, I feel, and others I think expressed that City Bike has the responsibility to educate their riders. So that's all that. But yes, the amendment to get existing bike docks off the sidewalks.
Okay.
Again, that would have to be
Thank
a
you.
motion with a discussion and voting, and I'll tell you what the negative part of that is, and that is that money is limited. They're looking to expanding. This takes a position.
Betty, does it meet with the discussions that were had in committee? Does it meet in the discussions? Whether or not they have budget is immaterial to the desires for what he's asking, and I wouldn't want to have us say, well, gee, DOT doesn't have money, so we don't want to ask for it, because that's not the point. Does it meet with what was discussed? And I believe he's asking for a friendly amendment. So that's kind of all we need.
There is no such thing as a friendly amendment, first of all, so they'd have to make a move. And we can hear what the other people have to say about it, because maybe they're talking about the same thing. It was mentioned, it was kind of glossed over, is not terribly important.
I'm going to go to Justine, assuming she was at that meeting, and then Jeff, and then Richard, Alice, and Pat. And I'm going to make a motion for myself to limit this to 10 minutes, which means people have 1 to 2 minutes each. Justine?
I'll be quick. I was not at that meeting, but I don't have an issue with the second part of what Gerald was saying about the signage, but I do have a problem with removing city bike stations that are presently placed on sidewalks or wherever they are. There's places, it would be moving them from Stuyvesant, it'd be moving them from by Brookfield. There'd be so many places where they're on sidewalks already, number one. Number two, yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
fine with the way it's written. I object to the change for that one. Otherwise, I'm.
Jeff?
I agree with Justine. I'm fine with the way the resolution is written. And when it deals with sidewalks, it says without compelling justification. There's actually what I think is compelling justification. Any number of places in our district where city bikes are currently on sidewalks, including not only the ones Justine mentioned, but over by the municipal building, on Murray Street near Greenwich. There's a lot of places where they are very, very convenient to the bicycle riders. Yes, we have crowded streets, crowded sidewalks, but that particular suggestion I don't think is a solution. But I do support this resolution as written.
Thank you. Richard Corman?
Yeah, I actually disagree. I don't really understand the benefit of removing the stations from the sidewalk. In fact, I think it's a detriment because what we're all looking for is to have more bicycles, more bikes, which means more docks. And I don't find having them on the sidewalk, I actually find them in a way safer than trying to dock in the streets. So as long as you have access to the sidewalk, where you're not riding down the sidewalk, I think having it on the sidewalk actually is a benefit and it allows for more docks. So I don't agree with that portion. Of course, we don't want bikes being ridden on the sidewalks, and so anything to prevent that is fine. I don't see how this does that. I think it just limits the number of bike stations, which is not the direction we want to go.
Okay. Alice, Pat, and then back to Gerald.
Sorry, I did think of something that's very important, which is the need for Citibank to no longer place the bike racks in privately owned public spaces. This is something that we definitely should have here that I think we've already advocated for. And I also think it's against the law, if I'm not mistaken. I thought there was some
It was a temporary thing, and so it is not done, and it's not allowed.
Okay, but they're all over the place, and there's particularly at 200 Water Street, they're still there. So I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment that we remind the DOT of that particular aspect in a non-emergency environment. If the committee wants to say yay or nay to that. And then also, I just offer up the thought that in the open restaurant situation with road beds, one would ask why road beds couldn't be used for this very purpose rather than the sidewalk. And maybe we want to offer that up. I don't know. But
Well, that kind of is, and that's why you've heard both sides of that story. People who want it on the sidewalk, which overwhelmingly in committee did not want it on the sidewalk.
yeah, I'm one of those people. But anyway, I would like to add the friendly amendment to not place them in privately owned public spaces.
I think that fits beautifully with what's already been dovetailed. It's just a finer point of detail. Betty, it sounds like it goes right with what was discussed without having to go through the sidewalk dialogue again. Pat?
I just wanted to say that when they're on the sidewalk, it encourages people to ride their bikes on the sidewalk. That's number one statement. Number two, I make a friendly amendment that we say, instead of it's not permitted, it's illegal to ride your bike on the sidewalk. And I think we should say it's illegal to ride your bike on the sidewalk.
It
does in a whereas.
In the
I'm
whereas
sorry?
it does. It is only illegal if you're a grown-up. It is not
Right,
illegal.
you're a grown-up. Exactly,
Got
but it says to place initial signage at all stations to inform and to emphasize that bike riding is not permitted. It's not, it's illegal to ride on the sidewalk.
So instead of not permitted, put not permitted and illegal.
Well, you can say both if you want, but yes, I want to emphasize, and I also think the city, and I said this in the committee meeting, the city should be responsible for having some sort of program and enforcement of the fact that it's illegal to ride your bike on the sidewalk, unless I think you're 8 and under. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Literally, people have 1 minute, and that's kind of where we're going. So if you've already spoken, take down your hand. We go through those who have not spoken first. Eric Flores.
Oh, yeah, hi. I don't agree that riding the bike on the sidewalk is purely illegal. It should be the speed. If they just got off and they're ready to go to a place that's on the sidewalk, it really should be speed, not just riding on the sidewalk. Thank you.
It is illegal by city law. Unless you're a child, you're not allowed to ride bicycle on the sidewalk. You can argue that law is in another meeting, but it is the truth. It's illegal already. Sorry, Eric. Eric Flores.
Just to kind of reiterate what you just said, the vehicle traffic laws and the New York City rules and regulations already make it illegal to ride bicycles. And I do trials based on this, and you can't ride on a sidewalk. There are some exceptions, but city bikes don't fit those. Thanks.
Exactly. Thank you. Vicky, did you go already?
No, I just wanted to say, as a bike rider, it is not the city bikes or regular bike folk. It is mostly delivery people that are riding on sidewalks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Gerald, that comes back to you, and I think your discussion and where we've gone, where did we end up?
I just want to reiterate that it is illegal. I think that City Bike, being the type of program that it is, that it's a partnership, should have a large responsibility in educating the public. It is indeed delivery people, but it's also people mounting bicycles. Again, my example is the one on Murray Street next to Target and Greenwich. It is on a slope. People will mount the bike. They will ride down the slope across really bad pedestrian traffic that's going into Target along that area. I do agree that Stuyvesant, some other areas where there's a much larger sidewalk area, may be feasible. However, once again, it is illegal to ride bicycles on the sidewalk, and therefore I would like to ask for some sort of an amendment that puts the responsibility back on City Bike for educating their riderships, considering it is a for-profit venture in the public space.
So Betty, we have a couple things here. We have, I think, not place City Bike on sidewalks in our district without compelling. I think the word overwhelming fits based on what everyone is saying.
Compelling and overwhelming would be the same thing.
Overwhelming actually is I think a little stronger.
But it can be too strong.
I'm not getting the sense that anybody thinks it's too strong here.
How do you measure it? Is my point.
We can worry about
when you say anybody, Tammy, I already have voiced objection to it.
Yeah, you like it on the sidewalk is what you like leaving the ones that are there.
Stop. All right. So Alice asked about putting it in here about the pops. That matches what we're talking about. And even though it's illegal to put them in the pops, they have done it. So we are asking that it no longer put per law in pops and remove the ones that were put in the pops, I believe is what Alice said.
Does that affect Stuyvesant and Brookfield?
No, those aren't pops.
Okay.
And then international signage station informed emphasize that bike riding is not permitted and illegal, because it is illegal.
Well, instead of saying not permitted, you can say illegal, but that's problematic because it's not illegal for everybody.
Illegal for adults. We'll leave it at that. So I mean,
But you're just getting wordy. It just
Respectfully, should we be wordsmithing a resolution at 10:30 at night?
I couldn't agree more. I think you have to like,
Vote on it.
this should go to a committee vote, Tammy, for the Committee of Transportation to vote on these amendments if they're not going to be accepted. I mean, you know, put forth the wording that each person is identified as what they want, and if they're rejected, or they're accepted, but let's move on.
Why don't I just withdraw the whole resolution and we'll look at it again in committee?
That is great. That is fine. So
At this
for
hour.
this is withdrawn. Done. Moving back. We had the first one. I needed Trisha to be able to unmute and Joe Lerner.
Okay.
Trisha?
Joe, *6. I see you. No, Trisha.
Sorry, yes.
I vote yes, and I want to vote yes on the previous issue.
Okay, so that's 2 yeses on the first one. And that's
So,
me. Thank you very much.
To
So,
be clear, that's the home rule about the cameras, right?
yes.
That's correct, and it's yes on the bike.
Well, the bike is going to have to go back to committee because there was too much argument back and forth and it's too late. So it's going to go back to committee. It'll get wordsmithed and come back again. But your yeses to that. Trisha, your yeses to
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So home rule passes because that now it's a majority vote.
Yep.
And now we move on. Thank you very much, people. Okay, Betty, thank you very much. Happy holidays. I am not going to have you do the final report on the for-hire vehicle bus lane because that's going to go to January. Justine, you have.
I got 2 resos and 2 things to update. Number 1, to Andrew Zelter, I promised I'd get back to you or on the ball fields. That ball field terrace is opened. The work is mostly done. I think people want to know that the downtown connection bus has been out of service for a bunch of months, but now it is. We've been told that it's going to resume service as of January 15th, 2022 with a new operator. All right, so now let's go to create a resident majority on the board of the Battery Park City Authority. I am going to just say quickly what the therefore be it resolves are with a, what do I need to do on this one? There's a friendly amendment. I think I need to send in one of the whereases, the lessons learned, instead of it saying from 2017 law, since the enactment of the 2017 law, is that there needs to be income diversity and that people who live in Battery Park City need to have Battery Park City be their primary residence. That is a switch from the previous resolutions we've done over the years. Currently, the law states that a majority, 2 people from Battery Park City who are considered residents have to be on the board. We want to make that a majority of Battery Park City residents who make Battery Park City their primary residence be on the board. And we also have put in there, we want the legislature to introduce the majority. There must be a primary residence, and we want income diversity among Battery Park City residents who are appointed with at least 1 member of the board with a household income below 165% of the area median income, as defined every given year, when they're being appointed. And we'd like Governor Hochul to sign this and put it into law before, and if any opening opens up before this is enacted, that she places people who fit this criteria. That's 1. 2, I'm trying to go quick because I'm tired. I don't see hands, but tell me if people have any issues.
I don't see any hands up. I have 1 friendly amendment.
Yes, tell me that's right. You said you did that. Okay, yes. What's your friendly amendment?
Presidential majority on the Battery Park City Board of Directors is to have locally elected, oh my God, I'm so tired.
I know what you're going to say. You want to have people who live in Battery Park City be presented, a slate of people presented?
I want our locally elected leaders who are more connected with the local community to have some jurisdiction and input on candidates appointed to the board.
Yes, that's fine. I mean, local, meaning our state officials, our city officials, who? I guess it's state, if it's, do we care?
They can work that out on their own. We have city and state. I mean, we just
Historically,
need.
our state senator has recommended
Okay,
because the Senate has to approve.
Senate has to approve it.
Squadron recommended the last several that were appointed.
But we have 2 assembly members who are closer to the community, and we have city elected officials. So, you know, it could say including, but not limited to the senator. So it encompasses all 4 of our elected leaders.
I'm okay with that.
Closer to the way Governor's on.
Okay, so this would be a new.
It'd be a new, therefore be it resolved.
Saying that some number should be made at the recommendation of local assembly members.
No, local, therefore be resolved. Darn it.
That the board, that the local elected officials should have input into the nominees to serve on the board.
Local elected officials should have input into the nominees, right?
Yeah.
Or to be appointed, right? To be considered for appointment or just appointed?
Input into the identification of nominees for the consideration of appointment. The governor's going to appoint.
Yeah, okay. Nominees for consideration, okay.
I would just recommend being a little bit more specific in the scope of local elected, citywide elected officials or borough-wide elected officials, whether or not those would count in your consideration.
How about the assembly member and state senator?
Yeah.
With jurisdiction over any part of Battery Park City?
So only state elected officials.
State elected.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That sounds great.
Okay, so not local, but state elected officials. State elected officials with jurisdiction.
Over Battery Park City.
Or any portion of Battery Park City.
Over, yeah, exactly, BPC, any portion of. Because you're gonna have a split with the 65th district, right?
And you specifically legislators, because you don't want the state controller to be included?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, state legislators?
Yeah.
Just say the state senator and state assembly
Yeah,
members,
just very simple. State senator,
or well, senators, it could be plural, we don't know.
senators, and assembly members.
Representing Battery Park City versus having jurisdiction over. They don't really have jurisdiction.
Representing any portion of Battery Park City.
Yeah. Representing any portion of Battery Park City should have input into the nominees for consideration for appointment to the Battery Park City Authority Board.
Thanks.
Good.
All right, no, that's fine. That's a good friendly amendment. So that one's okay. Eric has his hand raised.
Yeah,
on
okay,
this.
I'm sorry. I think I missed it, right? Or you didn't say. Why are we not including the council member to have a say? I missed that because I mean that is within their district.
It's within their district, but it's Battery Park City is kind of state run, it's state owned land basically. In a very confusing situation. So
Okay. I mean, do you want to set a precedent by saying that they should be part of it? I mean, they should have a say.
They don't.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
there
think
there is a city relationship. You know, city has a role in Battery Park City.
So we can include our city elected council member in that list. That's fine.
state senators and assembly members and city council
Or plural, could be plural.
members representing any portion of Battery Park City. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I don't want to make it with the controller. As you'll find out in the next resolution, the controller and the mayor already have a say in what goes on in Battery Park City. on different things. So I think that it's fair to
Okay.
have a bit of a separation.
So if that's accepted and seeing no other hands,
We just call this one, we'll do it separately. Okay, so let's take a vote. I can't hear. I hear water.
Can you do it together?
I can do it together, yeah.
Perfect. Let's do it together. Mimi, take it away.
All right.
Wait, there's a correction in the other resolution.
Yeah, but I didn't, yeah, I need to make a change to it, and then we didn't talk about the joint purpose fund.
I apologize. I thought we had. Go ahead.
No, we haven't. So Lucian, I need to make one change on the first, therefore it be resolved. We had said in committee that we were not going to have, we wanted to have it say, CB1 calls upon the mayor, the controller, New York City mayor, New York City controller, and the BPCA to include at least one member of Manhattan Community Board 1 and at least one person whose primary residence is in Battery Park City in all negotiations of the next iteration of the 2010 amendment to the 1980 settlement agreement. So there were 3 things there we want to take out and make it 2. We want one member of Community Board 1 and one person whose primary residence is Battery Park City. And then, of course,
I don't know how that made its way back in, but yeah.
I think this was the first iteration. Yeah, I don't know how it made it, because that was definitely, that's not even an amendment. That was just it was gone. We took it out.
That's right.
And then CB1 calls upon all parties to the negotiations to commit to transparency. And the bottom line is, it's time for the joint purpose fund targets to be redetermined. The money's been spent, and it needs to be reallocated going forward. And we'd like to have a say in it. We want a seat at the table. That's what the purpose of this resolution.
And the authorities invited us to make our views known on that.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Jeff. They have. Anybody have any questions?
I see no hands raised.
I see no hands. I think
Call the question.
I call the question. Somebody second it?
It's second. Take it.
All right. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Kay abstains.
Okay. Any other abstentions?
Kettering abstains.
Kettering. And this is for both or 1 and 2?
For both. For
Both.
Kettering.
Both. All right. Anyone else? Abstain. Okay. Any recusals? Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. And then just want to
Nope, we're done.
you're not talking about anything else? All right. Thank you. Happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you, Justine. I know this is a lot of long work to go for both of those, so really appreciate the work in the committee, and thank you everybody on Battery Park City. Youth and Ed, and Kathy, happy holidays for everybody. Youth and Ed, Tricia, take us home. You have one resolution, and then we are calling it a night.
All right, can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Super quick. The gym for PS 150 is actually going to be a resolution for January. I wanted to get everybody thinking about it. As you know, we've been shortchanged once again on our gym, and it's happening again on Governor's Island. So we are going to start thinking outside the box on how we get gyms built if the city can't, or the SCA cannot seem to build them inside the buildings they are signing leases on for schools. So that will be coming. The Youth Services Directory, we're still discussing its feasibility in terms of how to finance it, whether or not a printed version is relevant anymore. So we're still working on that. And then the resolution for the New Street closure that we actually passed last month and then postponed to this month because there were stakeholders that, did not make it last month because of the fact that it was listed as postponed. We were able to talk to all of them, hear their concerns, which really were mostly about deliveries. It's a lot of backdoors to different establishments that load out onto New Street. But what we found is that most of their concerns were about thinking that somehow they thought it was a play street I don't know how they got that information, but we were able to assuage those concerns. They thought it was closed all day, which it is not. It is only closed 3 times a day for an hour apiece. And so they, I think, understood much better after we had our meeting. I can't say everybody's thrilled about it, but I think everybody came to understand that no one was able to move anyway when these children were coming in the hundreds. There are like 800 kids going into that building, and it's not feasible to have traffic coming and going. And those, I always call them ATVs. What are those things that pop up in the street, the security things? They've got those going, they have trucks going and construction going. And what our resolution is going to accomplish is it's going to accomplish making sure that at those times, everyone is very aware and not planning to travel up New Street so that there won't be injuries to these kids. Right now, we have people doing demo within 6 inches of their face with questionable substances. We have all kinds of hazardous things happening on New Street because of the lack of compatibility between what's happening there and the students entering and leaving. So we passed it unanimously. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I see no hands, which God bless you. I think everybody's either asleep or just tired and wants to go home. So if this is the last one, it's a roll call. Mimi, take us home. Let's go.
Now I'm unmuted. Sweet. Okay. Emma Russo. Blank.
Yes, and happy holidays, everyone, and good night. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Cameron.
Cameron, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Cassell.
Cassell, yes. Good night.
Cassell, yes. Collie. All right. Chang.
Chang votes yes.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays, everyone.
You too. Chapman.
Chapman, yes. What a way to end the year.
It's really something. Cole.
Yes, Cole says yes. Happy New Year, a healthy one. Goodbye, everybody.
Later. Coleman.
Yes.
Thank you, Coleman. Corman.
Corman, yes. Marathon community board after a marathon year. Happy holidays, everybody.
You too. Curtis. Wait, Gucha. Sorry.
It's okay. I thought I was next. Sophia, yes. Happy
Yes,
holidays,
thank you.
everybody. Good night.
You too. Night. Curtis.
Curtis, yes.
Thank you, Francis. Oh, and Francis has done all of our, just so everybody knows, and I'm sorry to interrupt the vote, she has been our contact on all of Test and Trace. What do we go about this there?
What's your vote, Curtis?
Yes. Voted yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Herman.
Ermin is gone.
Okay. Flores.
Flores, yes. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you. Mimi Flynn, yes. Thank you. Happy holidays. Forsberg.
Forsberg, yes. Happy holidays. Thank you all for a really exciting, wonderful educational year. See you next year.
Frank Kerr.
And Kersey, yes. Happy holidays. Be well, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Froman.
Froman, happy holidays, yes. And Tricia, keep on fighting for the full-size gyms. It's really important. Thank you.
Will do.
Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Awesome. Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Thank you. Gupta.
Gupta, yes. Yes.
Thank you. James.
James, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Joyce.
Joyce, yes.
Thank you. Kay.
Hey, yes.
Thank you. Canal.
Canal, yes.
Awesome. Kettering.
Kettering abstains.
Abstain, thank you. Lamry?
Lemery, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Lerner?
Lerner, yes.
Thank you. Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Thank you. Mahoney?
Mahoney, yes. Bah humbug.
Thank you. Meltzer?
Meltzer is a yes, and thank you to every single person and to our incredible office team, Lucy, Lucian, Diana, Jen. It really is, with all the electeds who came today, it was a crazy day. And thanks to the city for the hours.
Moore?
Well, yes, and lovely, lovely New Year's to everybody.
Mullen?
Mullen, yes.
Thank you, and welcome to the board once again.
It's not always like this.
It's a little bit like this all the time. Schneck?
Schneck votes yes, and health and happiness for everyone in a remarkable, healthy, and happy New Year.
Star?
Yes.
Thanks. Jimmy Sung?
Jimmy Sung, yes.
Awesome, thanks. Kira Sung?
Jerry, yes. Thank you, everybody. Happy holidays.
You?
You abstain.
Abstain? Okay. Thank you. Zelter?
Zelter, yes.
Alrighty, and I'm assuming Mark is out now.
I think
Mark?
Mark's off, but Laura, if she can figure out, I'm going to try and unmute Laura.
Mimi, I think I need to change my vote. Sorry,
Who is this?
Forsberg. I need to recuse.
Mm-hmm. Recuse? Okay.
Yes.
All right, got
thank
it.
Wait, Tammy, did you want me to unmute?
I did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, wait.
I think Laura
Wait.
spoke up and said.
But I voted. I did vote
Star.
before.
I did not hear you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Happy New Year.
All
Okay.
right, and one more is missing. Airman? You there, Bruce?
No, he's not. He dropped.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Well, we're done.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Trisha. Happy holidays. It's been a long year, but oh my gosh, can't wait for 2022. I will see everybody in the new year if I'm not seeing you tomorrow. If you are interested in being on the 250 task force for environment and construction, please email the office. And I wish everybody a safe and healthy.
And what's the meeting tomorrow? How do we get on to that?
That's the BBJ NAC. Send me an email and I'll see if I can get as many people on. I could care less at this point.
Do you know what time it is?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay.
Oh dear gosh. All right. It's for the jails, right? That's what that is.
Yeah, it's for the jails.
I mean, it's not as if like they, yeah.
You know what, Timmy, send an email if you could, if the board tomorrow, send an email and see.
All right. Do you want to just send an email to the whole board then?
Yes, please.
I'll probably get my butt kicked for it, but yeah, sure.
It's okay. I mean, we're like mad at them.
Then I won't email you. I'll just wait for your email.
Yeah.
Oh no, you know.
Thank you, Tammy, for the fabulous leadership.
Yep. Yay.
Most fun I have was sliding down that damn slide with
Slide. I love it. I love the slide.
I think that's where we should have our holiday.
That soundbite should end every vote.
Yes, exactly. The slide.
Every resolution.
Let's have our holiday party at the slide.
Ooh, good idea.